Call to order the September 10th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. It is currently 4 o'clock. The first item on our agenda is public comment on closed session agenda items. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
All right, seeing that we do not have any public comment, we'll be recessing to closed session to consider public employee discipline, dismissal, and release, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We will not be considering item B4, student expulsions. That'll be moved to another date. And we will be considering public employee performance evaluations as listed under B5, and we'll be reviewing closed and open session notes under B6. Recess to closed session. We'll now reconvene the September 10th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board's to this session. We will start with C1, Pledge of Allegiance. I'll now invite Trustee Prack to read our territorial land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people.
Item C3, reports of actions taken in closed session. We had unanimous approval on a settlement in case number 202507109. And there's no further actions to report. Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session, there are none. Statements of abstention. Are there any trustees who need to abstain from any items on the agenda? Seeing none, adjustments to the agenda. We will be pulling item G5, so that will not be a part of tonight's agenda. Any other further adjustments to the agenda? All right, seeing none. We will move to reports, and we will begin with our California School Employee Association, CSEA Santa Rosa 75 report.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Good evening, President McNally. Caston, Substitute Caston, trustees, interim superintendent August, cabinet, and community members. CSEA stands for students, we stand for working families, and we stand for public education. Tonight, we are receiving the unaudited actuals for 2024-25. The numbers tell a story that every staff member already feels. We ended last year with a deficit spending of millions. Our unrestricted fund balance is negative, in the red. And our spending on classroom compensation dropped below the state required minimum, creating a $5 million deficiency. Behind those numbers are people, students, teachers, administrators, and library staff, secretaries, custodians, cafeteria workers, instructional assistants, student safety advisors, technology assistants, classified staff, fewer in number, covering more ground than ever. We have closed 2 elementary schools and merged 2 middle schools into 7 to 12 campuses. But instead of cost relief, we see increasing enrollment, causing unexpected crowding, larger class sizes, and fewer support staff to keep students safe, fed, and learning. Meanwhile, the district office is filled with new administrators just learning their new roles. In just the first weeks of school, we have already seen too many substitute teachers along with new hires and involuntary teacher transfers, leaving students without stability they deserve. Many classified staff who were laid off have been brought back too, but often to different schools and in new roles. HR and payroll are struggling to keep up. Libraries have books, but not enough hands to get them to the students' backpacks. We are riding the wave, trying to keep our schools afloat. But the undertow is the deficit that does not go away. Closing more schools next year will not solve the structural imbalance. It only shifts the pain. Despite this, our staff shows up. Last week was back to school night at the elementary schools. Tomorrow night is the middle schools and high schools next week. Classified employees are there, smiling, welcoming families, making it work. We are doing this with fewer people, more stress, and an uncertain future. CSEA urges the board to recognize the budget crisis is not abstract. It is lived daily by the staff holding our schools together. 2, protect our classified positions so students have safe, clean, and welcoming campuses. Confront the structural deficit honestly, not just with school closures, but with commitment to stabilize staffing and restore balance to the budget. The numbers may be in red, but the people in our schools are still showing up in full color. With courage and compassion, thank you.
This time, we'll recognize the Teamsters Local 665 for their, I believe, first report as a newly recognized labor partner in the district. They may not be present. I do not see them, so hopefully we will have them present at the next meeting for their first report. With that, we'll go to D3 and recognize Santa Rosa Teachers Association for their report.
Good evening. Vice President Kasten, Superintendent August, members of the board, members of the community, those of you in the room. I'm Catherine Howell, president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. We represent about 830 people this year. A definite drop in staffing and certificated teachers in the district. I want to start by saying thank you to you on the board. They're continuing to meet with SRTA members and leadership. A special thank you to listening this last few weeks to our concerns about the new board policies that we're discussing tonight. It felt really collaborative, and we have definitely felt very listened to with our concerns around these policies. We know that their intent is to protect students and to protect staff, but we also want to protect our ability to make connections with our students and the ability to celebrate achievements, to acknowledge their life steps as they move through our educational system. And we don't want to have to be worried about a board policy second guessing our every word and action when what we're really trying to do is create warm, welcoming, and nurturing spaces for our students to learn. We're a few weeks into the school year. I'm sorry to report that in my visits to some of our schools, I've never seen such low morale, to be honest. The schools are overpacked regardless of what the numbers are going to show you tonight. The schools are bursting at the seams. Rooms that were offices are being used as classrooms. Some of our teachers don't have their own rooms. Our special ed teachers were severely impacted in this way and not having any spaces of their own anymore. Shared classrooms, shared spaces, shared offices, and especially at the elementary, larger classes than teachers have seen in a really long time. And the constant question I get is, are we really closing Steel Lane? Because where are those 400 kids going to go? They are not going to fit anywhere. We are being encouraged to be in this together, to work it through, but honestly, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like the burden is being placed on the classroom teacher and the staff at all of our schools. I don't want to diminish what President Lehman said. We still rely very heavily on our classified. We can't, as teachers, do our jobs without our staff on our campuses. And our school sites are destabilized. We're destabilized by the fact that so many people are somewhere new and having to figure that out. On a positive note, I will leave by saying that I've talked to 6th grade teachers in Bennett Valley and Rankin Valley, and they are reporting that their last year students, the current 7th graders at our 712 Montgomery High School junior program, are reporting back that they're having a great time, that they're learning, they're feeling safe, they're feeling welcomed. And I'm glad to hear that. Our teachers are definitely stepping up, as teachers do, and creating happy kids and happy families, which is what we want. But just, I want you to know that underneath that, underneath the positive feedback we may be getting from the community, are a whole lot of teachers working really, really hard to make it happen in a way that is not going to be sustainable. So I know we need to make more cuts. I know we need to look at this budget. The classrooms have had it that we can't cut more. We can't do this job with more cuts to the classroom. So we need to figure out a way to make cuts farther away from the students. Thank you.
Thank you. D4 Superintendent Report, Interim Superintendent August.
Thank you, Vice President Caston, members of the board, and our community. I want to start by acknowledging exactly what President Howell and President Lehman have shared, that this is difficult. It is absolutely difficult work, and I very much appreciate the collaboration, the time to meet and talk about issues as they arise so that we can be proactive as we are able to address things. There aren't any things that we can propose or continue to move through from here that aren't going to hurt. And so I do want to be very transparent that we know, and I know it's difficult, and we will work through it together to try to minimize that pain, and just know that your teams, all of our teams, are seen and heard, and the work is very much appreciated in what we do for kids every day. So thank you. I do also want to acknowledge the work of our board. I'm incredibly appreciative of the time that they have taken from their regular jobs and lives to put in additional time over the summer. And on last Monday, a week ago, we held a strategic planning session. So we held a governance workshop at the end of July, and now our strategic planning session on September 2nd. Excuse me. During that day, we did focus on the important work that sets the direction for our district for the next several years. I'm just going to give a few highlights of the work that was completed that day. We spent time, they updated mission and vision statements, established 5 core values, as well as 5 strategic priorities that will guide the work as we move forward. Because if we are trying to do everything, we are going to spread ourselves too thin, and nothing becomes important if we don't focus that work. So they are the categories of academics and enrichment, and that is to provide outstanding educational and enrichment programs that motivate and prepare all students for their respective futures. Safety and security. Provide learning environments that are physically and emotionally safe for all students and staff. Fiduciary. Act as a trusted agent of the community's educational assets. Recruit, retain, and support student-centered staff. Recruit and retain and support high-quality staff who center students and represent the district's core values. And communication. Santa Rosa City Schools will communicate clearly, consistently, and effectively to build trust, strengthen relationships, and engage the community in support of student success. Next, we will be developing and refining the measurable objectives for each of those 5 priorities, as well as an equity statement that we will weave into all of our work. We will also, they provided further refinement to the draft governance handbook, which will be presented for action at a future meeting. So very appreciative of the ability to make sure that we are functioning very efficiently and effectively as a governance team, which sets the direction for the rest of the district. Some other things of note, we had the SELPA Superintendent's Council meeting the other day, and our DHH program, our Deaf and Hard of Hearing program at Hidden Valley, which is a regionalized program, received the Exemplar Award for a regionalized program for the county. So really excited about that. It was fantastic. Last week, we did hold our back to school night on Thursday for our elementary schools. Tomorrow is back to school night for our middle school and junior high programs. And next Thursday, Thursday of next week, is the back to school night for our high school programs. Each week, I am continuing to visit school sites and observe various activities, including classroom observations, lunch and passing periods, special events. And I do want to share that this is by far the most rewarding part of my work. And so thank you all for providing the opportunity for our students to learn, and I love getting out to see that. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent August. I will provide the board president report as President McNally is not present. And for our new trustees that are joining us, the board report section is a place where we can report on our activities and the general things that are occurring in the district. We want to save any of our discussions around policy or other items for when we get to those items on the agenda. I want to echo the work and that we did together last week. It was actually Tuesday because Monday was Labor Day. So last week, Tuesday, having the full board to come together, not just be able to set those 5 priorities, but revisit the vision, the mission, and have the discussion about the fact that we need to make choices at that strategic level so that folks can actually understand why we're making individual choices with the actions we make each day, I think is very important and sets the frame for us moving forward into what is going to be another difficult period of time as we continue to address the budget situation. So having that guidance, having that North Star, if you will, and the work to get to it being able to be so specific, I think is incredibly valuable. So I want to thank my colleagues and recognize that our cabinet members all attended as well and fully participated in a way that I think really helped make sure that these were priorities that are not just us as the board waving a wand, but also working with the cabinet in the conversation about it. And through that entire thread was the conversation of the partnerships, the collaborative, the comment from President Howell on the collaborative work that we've done these last 2 weeks was in that retreat stated as a goal of what we want to see when we're talking about communication. And so seeing that we're actually seeing that in the actions, it doesn't mean that we're going to like the outcomes of these collaborative processes, but we need to make sure that we're better at doing it together. So I appreciate all of that work in the direction that I think we now have clarity on. The elementary back to school days were great. It was so much fun seeing the kids and the excitement around the classrooms. My son's now in 6th grade, so that excitement wanes very quickly. But this is a great time where he's in his honeymoon period for being back at school. On Monday, we held the Finance Committee meeting. Most of the items that we received there were in anticipation of tonight's meeting, so I'm not going to go into the report, but we did get into more detailed conversations on enrollment, on the unaudited actuals, and on some of the items we're going to receive tonight. And anyone who's interested in that can review the meeting online on our YouTube channel. And then I attended 2 community events as well. The Labor Day breakfast, the Teamsters hosted Labor Day breakfast on Labor Day. It was very well attended. There were a lot of folks and electeds from throughout, not just the region, but the state that were there and very interested in talking about education policy and our struggles and triumphs here locally. And then I also was able to attend Lucien's launch of their Bridge program, which is a great program that's training folks in the community to be able to join nonprofit boards. And they're looking at also helping train folks to be able to join boards like this one. So it was an eventful week. I will wrap it up there because we do have a full agenda of items to discuss, and I'll move to board member reports. I'm going to go ahead and start on this end. Trustee Medina, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you. See, first off, sorry I wasn't at our last board meeting. I was actually working really hard to impact some of our students. At our previous board meeting that I was at, we had talked about the partnership with Fox Pacific Academy on a CNA program, and I was working really hard to finalize the students that were going to be a part of that. There was 45 applicants for 30 spots, and I'm glad to report that there's students from Santa Rosa High, Maria Carrillo, Elsie Allen, and Pioneer that are going to be a part of that. And they start their first class this Saturday. It's a weekend program every other weekend for the entire year. I'm excited and nervous for them, even though they're the ones that are taking the class. But that was some definite intense work. But it's also something that's involving a lot of community support with nearly $100,000 of investment from Sutter, the Community Foundation of Sonoma County, CTE Foundation, working to make this program possible for our students. So I really hope our students succeed, as this is a pilot, and hopefully we can continue to provide opportunities like this in the future for our Santa Rosa City School students. I did also want to acknowledge some of the stuff that was mentioned during the reports. You know, I'm seeing impact of staffing cuts on our students, you know, whether it be staff split, you know, half-time at one site, half-time at the other, and not being available to students full-time. I heard from a student talking about wanting to withdraw from a class because there's 36 students in the class and it just feels too crowded. Some of these impacts, you know, they're really being felt. But at the same time, we got to keep moving forward with the situation that we're at. So I know that everybody's working really hard. I want to recognize the staff for all you do. I know it's difficult. Thank you for struggling through this with us and for doing all this for our students. You brought up Lucien, and on the 25th is the State of the Latino Community Address that Lucien is hosting. I'm working to help send a student there. And so that'll be something that hopefully will go well, even though it's going to be a long day, but they have some good speakers. The Sonoma County Office of Education has, you know, started their Schools Rule initiative, which raises money for different schools throughout the county. They're distributing those funds on September 17th. I'm excited to find out how much each school gets. So hopefully they were able to raise a lot of money, but I do plan on attending that event, hopefully. I'll leave it at that with actually just one more thing. I did want to congratulate the Elsion football team on their victory over RUP. It's their first time beating them, 52-26. And with former Elsion principal Albavera over there, it was good new little rivalry to have, and it was great for them to get that victory on the first game. So congrats.
Thank you. Trustee Prack?
Hello. Um, on Monday, I went to go to the SRTA trustee gathering, and so it was really nice to meet Ms. Howell on a more personal level and the other attendees there. And I have 2 site visits planned for this month, and I'm going to be at Burbank and Elsie Allen. And I'm excited to be on the board with you, and I look forward to learning more about my position.
Thank you, Trustee Bragg. Trustee Kirby?
Last week, well, let me back up. The local American Legion Post 21 selected 15 of our high school seniors, incoming seniors, to attend as delegates over in Sacramento this past summer. Last week, they gave a recap of what they learned and their experiences at the Boys and Girls State Program over in Sacramento. It was really inspiring to hear from them and their what they learned and experienced and how it really changed and impacted their lives. It's a mock government program that the students learn about how our government operates, how elected officials like us sit up here and make policy. And just, it's a great way to educate our future leaders. Mayor Mark Stapp was able to swing by and say a few inspiring words. And we had a nice dinner hosted by Chick-fil-A. And anyway, it was just really great to hear from all of these kids and how what a great time they had. Anyway, I hope to attend the back to school nights tomorrow night at the middle schools. Thanks.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you, sir. Well, school's back in, and I got to begin my travels again, so it's pretty exciting. Really enjoyed being a part of, took my wife to see Santa Rosa High School's first rally on August 27th. Just the energy in that gym, the kids, the excitement, walking past the junior program on Santa Rosa High School's campus where they're out on break and seeing the 7th and 8th graders out and commingling with each other and getting some fresh air. Really encouraging with the things that our staff is able to put together for our students. Still got to hold Miss Bell to actually teach me the fight song. We never got to it on Friday, but got to learn that Puma fight or the Panther fight song at some point. And then that night, I got to wear both Pioneer and Creo hats and go to a Creo Pioneer football game. I'm a graduate from Pioneer High School, and all of my children are graduates of Creo. So it's a pretty cool little rivalry to see both those schools, student athletes competing on the football field. Last week, was last week? This week. Last week was elementary back to school night, and I did make it to all 10 campuses. It's quite a whirlwind of an afternoon, but to see the staff, see the administrators, to see the families, really appreciative of City of Santa Rosa bringing out a booth and connecting with our families and seeing the community engagement that these evenings provide for our families to get more involved with their students education, and ultimately the community that they're a part of. So that's one of my favorite evenings of the year, is just seeing that community and seeing those smiles on those kids' faces and meeting with parents and teachers and having conversations of what we're doing, how it's going, and what we can do to work better together. This week, I was also asked to take part of the special education task force that Director John Fisher has put together. And it was a great meeting. We got to meet members of the team, set norms, and discuss strategic priorities for that task force and how to better collaborate. It had a great representation of people involved with special education that want to learn more about special education and have great perspectives on what we can do better as a district to have that heavy lift and ensure those students' needs are met. And then next week, there will be the second Sonoma County Schools Trustees Association meeting, which I'm looking forward to collaborate and continue conversations with trustees throughout the county on how we continue to work together and make all of our districts better and lift each other up and work with each other and not just work in isolated silos. So that's it for me tonight.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Trustee Oliveira,
No report.
Trustee Creo.
No report.
All right, we'll move to item E, public comment on non-agenda items and consent items. This is a time for items that are not on our agenda. So if you have something that's on the agenda, we'll do public comment when we get to that. I have 2 cards, so we'll go ahead and do 3 minutes. And we're going to start with Kathy Hayes, and that'll be followed by Jackie Elward.
Good evening. Kathy Hayes, I work at Elsie Allen High School. Occasionally, I like to come before you and say thank you for something. So I just wanted to say thank you for the recent paint job at Elsie Allen High School. You know, there are all kinds of studies that discuss the relationship between a student's environment and how they perceive their worth. Our campus until recently certainly hasn't communicated the message that our Southwest Santa Rosa students were valued by the district or the community. The paint job has absolutely helped change that narrative. The students have noticed, the staff has noticed. We're seeing students picking up after themselves because they actually care about the place or the environment that they're in. And they have greater pride for being at that school because the school looks halfway decent. So I just wanted to thank you personally for making the investment in the place and in our students.
Thank you, Kathy. Jackie Elward.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Elward, and I am an employee at the French American Charter School. I am here in front of you because I wanted to dispute an involuntary transfer that was forced upon me. For years, I've dedicated myself to this program and to the student who rely on the French American program as a French speaker. And that is not just a detail essential to learn. I've brought a really good environmental and a safe place. I advocated to have staff of different background, color, ethnicity. For years, I've came in front of you and advocated for that. And all of you, the school district, are benefiting for the effort that I've brought in. In March, everybody knows that the budget has been an issue, but in March, I sent a letter asking the reason why I happened to be let go. I asked if it was a question, a problem about the funding, but I still today never had an answer. Is it about the LCAP fund? Because it doesn't make sense. The school in that facility have people that get paid from the LCAP fund. Also, the second thing is it about budget? Apparently, they told me that it's about budget, that's it. But we all know that you guys will be moving that school to a bigger facility that will need more employee, and it doesn't make sense to involuntarily transfer the only native instructional assistant to a facility that will be hard for me to operate and help the children. I'm here to ask for you, the board, you are the decision maker, to really explain and be clear in front of some of my students are here and will be surprised to hear that I'm being involuntarily transferred based on the budget that we knew years and months ago throughout the school year last year. And surprisingly, it's discovered there's no budget to pay me to stay and work in a place that is native to my language. Education is hard enough to work in American and English, and to impose that to someone being native is hard. So I would like for you to look into it. Otherwise, I will contact the California Civil Rights and they will have to deal with it.
Thank you for your comment, Jackie. We're only capable of responding to items that are on the agenda under the Brown Act, but I'm going to ask Superintendent August to follow up with you on a response. We're going to move to consent calendar. Do I have a motion for the full consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Kirby. Roll call, please.
Trustee Carrillo.
Aye.
Trustee Oliveira.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
And Vice President Caston.
Aye. The consent calendar passes unanimously. We'll move to G, discussion and action items. G1 is discussion West County Transportation Agency update. And we have Interim Superintendent August presenting along with Chad Barksdale.
Thank you, Vice President Caston. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our director from West County Transportation. That is our Joint Powers Authority, of which Santa Rosa City Schools is a member. And West County provides transportation for all of our home school, as well as field trips and others. I'm going to go ahead and I will share screen and hand over the mic.
Good evening. Trustees, Interim Superintendent August, thanks for having me here this evening. We are going to go through a handful of slides and give you an update on the agency as it relates to staffing, budget, and some certain programs that we're working through right now. All right, so this is an update to our routes and staffing. This slide has kind of come to fruition since the beginning of our relationship due to the drastic shortage we had at the beginning of the relationship between Santa Rosa City Schools and West County Transportation. I'm happy to put these numbers in front of you today. It shows great growth in the agency's ability to provide quality service. You'll notice that we have several different breakdowns of types of buses, whether they be sped, ambulatory, wheelchair. We do transport several students in vans, and we have 35 gen ed buses. And this year I decided to put these transportation bus aids so that we can recognize that they are also an impact to our agency as we move to support students. So total staff right now that operates on the school bus, we have 168. Last year, you could recognize we had 159. We were 12 short. This year, we're 6 short. However, we did add 5 new routes this year. So we've had a net increase of 11 drivers in 1 year. And we do have 6 in training right now. So the 6 open routes we do have right now will be covered once we have these students these trainees trained. New school boundary bus service. I know several schools we've made several changes to boundaries and services that we provide in the new neighborhoods that have been involved with the boundary changes. Right now, ridership for the newly implemented elementary boundary routes is really low. Ridership to and from Montgomery Junior and high school has been high and actually required an additional bus to relieve some overloading. And typically the middle school was always full, really full anyway. So I think that we're getting good attention to those routes and getting good ridership, bringing kids to and from school. Also with the Santa Rosa Junior and high school, it's been fairly steady, but lower than we anticipated. Most of the students that are riding those buses are junior high students. And then ridership to and from Pioneer High School has been low. We anticipate when the junior high transitions there that the ridership will probably increase quite a bit. We do have some fairly large ridership to the middle school that's currently going to be closing. Special needs ridership, this slide is on there because it has a direct impact, great impact to not only the agency, but also Santa Rosa. We have historical numbers here from 23, 24, where we had 929 students that we transported as an agency, and Santa Rosa had 535 of those. And then 986, 580. In September of this year, we had 960 students. Just last week, we did the numbers. 554 of them are Santa Rosa City Schools. At this time of year, we usually show that we're lower from the end of last year. So the end of last year, we actually had 986 students that we transported, which is a great jump from the previous year. This year, between last year and this year, we're anticipating at least 50 more new students, and we will probably really close to 1,000 students by the end of the year. All right. We always do a route comparison between the agency as a whole as it relates to Santa Rosa City Schools. You'll see here we have 35 general education routes and 17 of them service the Santa Rosa City Schools. We currently have students, 960, which is 554 from Santa Rosa City Schools. Last year, I think this came up, we talked about the general education ridership. How many students do we have riding the regular education routes? I did some numbers. Last year, we had 1,055 students with bus passes. This year is 630. These numbers are going to be pretty low because participation in the bus pass requisitions have been typically low. We are ramping up that effort on our end to get more participation from all schools that we service so that we have some better accountability and better numbers to provide our member districts. Electric vehicles, buses, and infrastructure. Currently, we operate 4 e-transit vans. When we redid our parking lot or we added some parking space, we accounted for infrastructure for those. So that is fully operational at this point. This ZESB grant for school buses, which is part of HFIB CARB. This is the same grant I talked about a year ago. This process has been going on 18 months now. We're at the end. We're just waiting for a contract from the provider of the funds, and then we could start moving towards ordering those electric buses. Funding for this is nearly 100%, but it's no longer 100%. We're dealing with money that's already 2 years old, and school buses have been, electric school buses in particular, have been raising in cost nearly 20% a year. We are currently approved and have contract from the Bay Area Quality Management District for an infrastructure grant of $603,000. That is on a reimbursement amount, so we have to obviously, and it'll be at the end of the construction phase. Permits for the 7 EV buses that we are going to buy, permits for the chargers have been completed and are not completed, but submitted in June. And the completion date of those 7 chargers is in June of 2026. The buses that we are purchasing are 7 small ambulatory buses. The buses travel, right now the manufacturer range is 140 miles. And obviously that's ideal conditions with an experienced EV driver. As we go from year to year, this slowly starts to rise. There was, the target before was 180 miles. Now we're at least getting to 140 miles. Like I said, those are perfect conditions. It's unlikely we're going to be going straight with none of the AC or heaters on for 140 miles. It just doesn't work. You know, obviously they regenerate. So an experienced school bus driver needs to be a part of that process of regenerating the battery power through braking and coasting and doing those types of things. As far as the infrastructure, we are installing 65 kilowatt DC fast charge. And 65 kilowatts will charge these buses in just under 2 hours. So if we go approximately 120 miles in the morning, they'll come back in the midday, have enough time to get a full charge for the afternoon ride. We'll also be strategically placing these buses on routes that won't butt up against the discharge battery, you know, the mileage, so that we can make sure that we are appropriately providing the service and we don't get stranded. As far as operational costs on these 7 buses here, we'll see some obvious reductions through repair and maintenance costs, you know, your oils, your fuels, parts, things like that. One of the challenges that we have as a maintenance facility for school buses is the requirements to have minimum inspections. So it's every 45 days or 3,000 miles. That will never go away, whether it's electric, gas, or diesel. So we'll continue to have that operational cost going forward. And obviously there will be some change in cost where we deviate from using oils and fuels to electric service. One of the challenges as we move forward with our EV system is available grid space. We're at the end of an industrial street where we neighbor Sonoma County Transit. We are currently at max with the 7 new chargers that we're going to be installing with our available electricity. So moving forward would require, and partially because Sonoma County's transit is stealing a lot of power because they obviously have the same types of movements towards the electric vehicles, and they got a head start. So we'll be looking closer at that. We're in contact with PG&E on what that would entail. It'd probably be a whole new line and a whole new makeup of electrical panels and transformers and such. And we're also looking at some alternative sites that we may be able to bring from the ground up and have a better opportunity to manipulate the property to service these vehicles a little easier. Budget, here's the historical budget. Agency-wide, we had a larger increase than normal years. That increase, the largest contribution and increase is obviously salaries, our statutory costs, and we had a significant increase in our repair and maintenance of our vehicles. Costs associated with that has significantly gone up, parts and availability of parts, and the cost of shipping those parts from other states and Canada and things like that, because a lot of these parts are coming from Canada, has gone up. So the major contributors to the budgetary increase, we've had additional staffing, our workload is increased, cost of repairs and service, and the production and the amount of services that we're providing. For example, school bus aids, we've had to increase from 6 in the last year in school bus aids. So some of those are directly related to IEPs and some are related to the combination of students that are on our bus. We increased nearly 300,000 miles from the previous year. We're pushing 2.2 million miles a year. Those miles, as I mentioned earlier, school bus has to be inspected every 3,000 miles or 45 days, whichever comes first. An additional 3,000 miles is about additional 100 inspections that we have to do on a bus. And in that, the inspections take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending on the bus. We've added approximately 200 more field trips than the previous year. And then we have some additional non-traditional commitments like extending learning opportunities, ESY programming, school placements, and more. So we added 5 additional routes. We had 50 new students from the previous year. That averaged about 10 a bus, considering the time and distance that we have available and the ride times that students are on buses. All right.
Thank you.
Any
This-
questions?
Thank you. This is a discussion item, so I'm going to go ahead and take public comment first before we start our questions and discussion. I have one card, Catherine Howe.
Good evening again. I just wanted to give you a quick comment. It said, and this is actually coming from Comstock Middle School from a teacher that cannot be here this evening. This is my 3rd year presenting data on special education students arriving late. Last year, West County Transportation was finally more fully staffed and kids were arriving on time most of the year. However, this year echoes last year. The general ed buses and special ed buses have been sporadically late and affected many students for days on end. I've had special ed parents complain that her child's bus is either late or doesn't come at all. It also took 2 weeks on West County Transport N to get it set up, even after school started, even though he was an in-district articulation and had special education busing last year. Another student, I'm told, lives 3 minutes away from campus and is in a wheelchair, and he's dropped off at school more often than not at 8:50. School starts at 8:10. Per this student's aide, his bus has never arrived on time. The penultimate year had a student late 66% of the school year, and it wasn't until April and May that the buses started to come on time. I hope that this isn't a repeat performance for this school year. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. If I can ask the two, you and Superintendent August, to connect to maybe get some more particulars so we can look into the specific situations. Trustees Oliveira or Carrillo, do either of you have questions before we start discussion?
No.
Okay. All right, trustees, any questions? Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Nice seeing you again. That annual routine. I do have a few questions. Following up on President Howe's comments, I was off campus and I saw a regular school bus arriving late after the bell had rung, about 5 minutes late. So I am curious, is that being tracked? Or do you keep information on how frequently the buses are arriving late? And then for our staff would be, what is the impact and that's having in the classroom on the students, budgetary, if any? So the first question is, do you all track that somehow?
Usually at the start of the year, we do not, because it's a typical scenario at the start of the year, especially in the special needs school district, our schools. We usually get, for example, in August, when we started school, we had 860 some kids riding. 2 weeks later, we had 960 kids riding. So we had basically an increase of 150 kids between August and last week. And what that does is that impacts routes. 150 kids is probably touching almost every single special needs route we have. And so changes are happening, and it impacts the timing of the routes. And so first, we route it with our system, and depending on how we get to point A to point B based on the system, that doesn't always work. So the first couple of weeks, we're working out the kinks so that we can get to school on time. But we do track the drivers that are coming back and talking to their supervisor and the routing and scheduling team about their tardiness, and they're making adjustments frequently. And so I heard what was happening there at Comstock. I'll make sure that when I go back to work tomorrow morning, that we're addressing that and we have a plan for that. You should not see it happening long-term.
And the next question is tied to, I believe middle schools and high schools have different start times, and I'm wondering with the 7 to 12 schools, are there is the buses arriving all at one time?
Yeah, so
Or is it?
start times are the same. It's the bell time in the afternoon. That's the big difference. So all the kids are, the middle school and high school are riding together to the bus. And they, obviously we had a bit of a challenge at the first week or two. It's new for a lot of folks at those sites, getting to the site, the increased traffic, those type of things. Usually the first week of school, we have low ridership because mom and dad's taking them to school or parents or brothers. And then second week of school is usually the real first week of school because we have students actually riding more frequently and in larger numbers. The afternoon's the bigger challenge because the middle school gets out quite a bit early. But we're able to just utilize the same school buses, and we just do a round robin. So we pick up the middle school, drop them off, and go back and pick up the high school students.
So in these numbers, that counts as one route that just goes multiple times?
Yeah, so when you think about routes, there are several stops, runs within a route. So a run would be for one particular, for example, like we just talked about, it'll be the middle school students in the afternoon. That's one run. The high school, after that is another run, but those are all part of one school bus route. So if we have 17 as Santa Rosa City Schools, within that 17 are several runs and several school sites that they service.
And I don't know if maybe staff can help me understand this. So I'm just trying to, let's take the example of last year, Santa Rosa Middle School and Santa Rosa High School, where maybe in the mornings, Santa Rosa Middle School would have that route, and then in the afternoon, and same thing with Santa Rosa High School. And now it would be just one bus in the morning and two, and still in the afternoon, two routes running. And I'm just trying to see like if there's any cost savings to that there should be, or because of the way that our agreement's structured, we don't see any of that.
Two things. One is there's a potential for some cost savings. Right now, we're really evaluating the routes and the amount of ridership we had and how much usage it's going to get. There could be a time where we see that we can combine some more stuff and reduce it. One of the big challenges that all members of the JPA will have is the way the budget is calculated is based on live time and miles. So when a student, first student gets on the bus to when the last student gets off the bus, that time and miles is for Santa Rosa City Schools is compared to the total of the JPA. So for example, if you look at that, I think it's 42.6%. The live time and miles that Santa Rosa City Schools has is equivalent to 42.6% of the miles that we're doing as an entire agency.
So as we look at like the maps of Justine, I'm wondering, have we had like calculations on like, have the miles increased in terms of the new maps and the adjustments there? And if so, do we anticipate further increases in cost to that? As the years progress, instead of saving money, we're spending more?
Correct. Yeah. We haven't done a current evaluation of the miles that we have, but however, it's a fairly easy process for us to look at the miles, lifetime and miles through our routing software. And we can take that and compare it to where you ended the year last year. And ultimately, if it's less, it should equal savings.
And one thing you said is that the bus pass process is slow.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, could you elaborate on what that means and what, if anything, can be done to make that better?
Sure. One of our biggest challenges is getting the participation from either the parent or the student to fill out the request form. When they fill out the request form, we receive it, we print a bus pass out for the student, and then we provide it to either the school site or directly to the student. And so getting that communication out, obviously we utilize our school bus drivers. We hand out flyers that have a little bit of a scan barcode that they can scan. It takes them right to the site. That's the process that I'm talking about, is getting that word out enough to where we're getting participation and completing the process to get it issued a bus pass. And part of the reason we do it that way is we don't have all your student data in our routing software to just print them all out and hand them out. And even if we did, your ridership, you might have 100 kids that are eligible to ride a bus, but only 60 of them actually ride. And in some cases lower.
Thank you. I'll let other board members go.
Yeah.
Trustee Kirby, then trustee Delatorre.
You were talking about the routing, so some of us are new to the board, we weren't
Oh.
here for last year. To just reiterate, all your buses have GPS on them, right?
Correct.
And it's all in your database. You can look back and
Correct.
determine all these routes and the routing and
Yes,
to be able to evaluate that.
absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. You mentioned earlier that the ridership was low, particularly in the elementary schools. Can you, when you're doing a routing, and let's say, can you define what low is? I don't know if you got a 50-person bus, is there only 2 people in the bus or?
Well, in some cases, yes, in some cases, no students. Our large capacity buses are typically 78 passenger buses, and that's 3 to seat front to back, which, if you're small elementary students, you could probably fit that, but most of the time we're not packing them in that tight. Where we're seeing the lowest ridership is where schools in last year didn't have any buses at all, and now they qualify for buses. And I think part of the challenge is that one, they didn't know there were buses available, and I think so somewhere we probably didn't communicate out enough, or they just are transporting those students to those schools themselves. So ridership is low to some of the schools where we'll have 3 or 4 riders, and there's actually one school site that we had 0 riders, and we actually no longer are providing that route unless somebody calls and says they need service, and then we'll reactivate it.
Along those same lines, then, are the costs that you pass on to our school district, I assume that the larger buses cost more than the smaller buses to operate?
No.
No? It's a flat fee for?
No, it's the cost for the small buses, and for our special education community is much higher than per student than it would be for a general education route. And the reason being is you're putting on average 10 to 12 kids on a special education route, and you're putting anywhere from 25 to 65 on a general education route. So the cost per student is much higher.
Sure. I was just curious if you've only got a 78-person bus, it's only got 2 kids on it. If you put a smaller bus, would that cost less?
I see what you're saying. The cost of the agency is going to be the same labor-wise, staff, salary, time. Typically, there might be some cost savings in the fuel costs because the smaller buses usually get a greater mile per gallon than the big ones. Where we've actually implemented that in some areas, some rural areas that have a handful of kids that will utilize a small bus. But what typically happens is that bus is also servicing other schools that have larger capacities on them. And so there's no time for that particular route to swing by the yard and then pick up the small bus and then do that run.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Couple of questions on the electric buses. So the ZESB grant, does that grant expire if we don't order these buses within a certain time frame?
Well, right now, there's not an expiration date to the funds that are set aside. We are tier 1 as far as the selection process, given our needs in our communities. And so we have funds. This is based on the information I have from the representatives of the grant, that the funds are already set aside and they won't expire. The only way that the funds wouldn't come if we choose not to get into that contract and choose not to purchase them.
And once we, I guess, order these buses, how long, what's the time frame before they arrive?
I've heard lots of different things from many different manufacturers. I would think it would be at least a year out.
A year out, you said?
Yeah,
Um,
which is okay because our construction is not due to complete until June of 2026. So the timing should work out a lot better that way. Otherwise, we'd have these electric buses sitting on the yard and no way to charge them.
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So these buses, you said that they're fully paid for. Are they still warranted also?
They'll come with warranties, the regular manufacturer warranties that come with them. Yes.
So we're anticipating, once the buses get here and we are able to use them, is there going to be a significant cost savings then? Since there won't be any parts, they're under warranty, no gas.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there'll be savings when it relates to the fuel usage, the oils, parts. It's really going to be, there's going to be warranty. In some instances, the warranty, like the batteries, are up to 10 years with normal battery degradation. So for me to say if it's going to be significant or not, I would say with the 7 buses that we have, it's not going to be significant considering our fleet size. And as we start to transition more, the savings will obviously get greater. Some of the savings will also be transferred to more costly items. For example, electric buses, we're going to utilize a lot more tires than we do with the regular buses. And so new tires for a big school bus are, close to $800 for one. So,
And you planning to, are most of the electric buses going to be used in our district or all over your?
they're all over. What's unique about our special needs programs is that we're able to utilize buses to service multiple school districts on one route. Being that we have SCO programs and non-public schools, and we have several sites here in the Santa Rosa district where other districts, your feeder districts, are also sending students to. And so we're able to pick up 3 or 4 different school districts' kids and drop them off in one location. So we don't, which is cost benefit to the agency as a whole. So we don't, general education is a little harder to do that way just because of the amount of students that are going and the turnaround and time and distance. But
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Some concerns. Obviously, we're all dealing with fiscal realities of what we have and don't have, and to see a budget increase required. And the only way we make money is with students in class. And we don't get funded for chronic absenteeism or chronic tardiness. So if I can't get a kid to school on time, I can't get funded for that student. So to hear that it's typical delays and rerouting and it just takes time to get figured out, I'm sorry, but to be as transparent and honest, it's just unacceptable. Once the school year starts, to hear that this is a typical problem that we run into every year, we have to find a better system to collaborate and work together and figure out what deficiencies are happening and where we can better assist the agency and get clearer communication and connect with those families better so that these problems don't happen, because we need to find a way to get these students that were required to get to school to be able to get to school on time. You know your job so much better than I do, and I appreciate that. And your presentations are very thoughtful and thorough. But if I see something that's concerning, I gotta throw up a flag and bring it up and talk about it. Another thing I'm worried about with these EV vehicles, once we do get a hold of them, especially with the battery degradation, is are we going to be shortening that warranty by fully charging that bus twice a day because we have to get it out and get it back in? Or is that just part of the 10-year window? Obviously, technology advances. My family's been EV drivers for the past 10 years, and the 10-year-old vehicle, it really affected how much you charge that vehicle and what you had left in the battery opposed to what's available now. But those are definitely some concerns with EV vehicles.
Yes. So a question, I believe, I'll start with the EV. So no, there is no violation or avoiding of warranty by doing the DC fast charge. In fact, manufacturers are anticipating most of our vehicles are going to be on the DC fast charge. We did 65 kilowatts. The charging rate for these particular buses are sitting close to 60, 61 is the max, and that's a 2-hour turnaround. So they're building that into the engineering of the batteries in the school bus systems. The way and you may know this, but the way they kind of determine degradation is by how many full charge and discharge that vehicle will get. With our process, we will do 2 full charges or nearly 2 full charges and discharges in a day. So yes, we are going to probably have a faster degradation than your typical bus that might be able to do the mileage and get a single charge overnight.
And to my point earlier, if we can work better with our partners to try and figure out how to get our students picked up in school earlier, however that engagement needs to work, that's really something we need to focus on. Because if we're spending more for this contract and the service isn't being met because students aren't getting to school on time, that's something we'd like to work on however we need to.
Absolutely. I
Let
understand.
me
where
actually
you're-
ask Superintendent August, can you address the funding relationship between tardy and on time?
Yes, actually, so there's a couple things in that question. So the importance of the minutes for instruction, that's really where the impact is in the tardy. There's not a difference in the revenues that we receive if a student is tardy, as long as they arrive and are marked present for the day, but that's lost learning definitely. But I wanted to point out something that was on one of the slides earlier that I think is really important for our conversation, which is around the increase. A lot of that has to do with extended school year and field trips, which we're not. So extended school year, as far as the expanded learning opportunities program, is grant funded. And so that's actually separate funding from our general fund. So some of that increase actually has no impact to our general fund. And that's where a lot of the increased costs and miles are from. So I just want to make sure, because that's a really important point, that is actually in Fund 12 in our early childhood education fund. And field trips are typically not from just our unrestricted general fund. Often they're from donations, from grants, from different things like that. So in the past, West County has not been able to provide transportation for many of our field trips. And so that's actually a positive that we're seeing that increase. So I just wanted to share that because it's important for the conversation.
Can you also speak to the reimbursement rate for the costs that we do incur?
Yes, and for our home to school route costs, we are reimbursed so we get a small amount, it's very minimal in our local control funding formula for home to school transportation, but over and above that, for our home to school transportation, we are reimbursed at 60% of our costs.
So as we talk about capacity with charging sites and the need to find alternative locations for the agency, are those discussions we might be able to foresee in the future of providing any charging on our locations? If a bus is going to sit there for 2 hours and we have a route in the afternoon, whether it's our district office or the other facility master plans we're putting together, maybe start putting the forefront of those discussions together to see if that might be an opportunity to help the agency not have to travel all the way back to the home yard, but have some centralized locations for charging. That seems to help other EV customers, the more opportunities they have throughout the geographical area to charge, if we can partner with that in some way, especially with our solar opportunities.
I appreciate that. That could be an opportunity moving forward. As you mentioned, we have a facility master plan ourselves for growth. And so we are currently working on that as we speak to provide those future locations and available electrical grid capacities. So Yes, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges with electric vehicles is infrastructure. And if you seen, there was a bill to try to postpone the 2035 deadline. I think it was initially 10 years. They were trying to postpone it to 2045, making it mandated to purchase all new school buses as electric. It got chopped up a lot inside the different committees, and now the only thing there is an option for a waiver, a one-year waiver, I think, if you meet certain criterias. That's if it passes. I'm not sure if it's going to pass. So that 2035 deadline is still there. The infrastructure or lack of infrastructure is still there as well.
Thank you, Director, for your presentation. I know that it's a JPA, so we can't always control the slides, but if we can have a corresponding SRCS slide with the revenue side whenever we have budget information in the presentations, I think it's helpful for context. Otherwise, unless there's any further questions, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a few more questions. In the past, when you were kind of low on drivers, there's been issues on being able to provide field trips, or at least a distance of field trips. It seems like you're down a few drivers. One is about when do you think the trainees would be ready? And two, does that issue with field trips and how far field trips are available to travel for still kind of exist?
We have significantly increased our offerings in transportation. At this point, we're able to book full-day field trips where a driver goes and stays on site with the students and staff, and then we cover that route through one of our standby or substitute drivers. So yes, we're able to do those like trips to San Francisco and all those different things like that. So when the other challenge that we ran into were the late night trips on the regular weekday, because our drivers are restricted in the number of hours they can work in a day. And so if we know we have a late night trip, we're able to allow that driver to sleep or be off duty in the morning. We cover their AM route, and then they're available for their PM and their trip in the afternoon. We're doing that now where we didn't used to do that. And it's called a sleeper. That's just the term, the technology what we use in transportation. It's a sleeper so that we can utilize them for those late night trips now. So we are offering those now. I would anticipate that we're kind of in this test phase on what we can do. We're trying to see how many we can add so we don't start to impact the service of the students that we're here to do and take them to and from school. The 6 new trainees, they're fairly new, and it takes anywhere from 2 to 4 months to get them certified. However, the program we have now is that we're actually utilizing those trainees to help support our current shortages. For example, we train them and we give them the proper training, and we'll do first aid training and all the other stuff that we do with our normal school bus drivers. And we'll utilize them as a school bus aide, or we'll utilize them as a van driver. And so where we might be short in the van routes, we're using 5 trainees there to drive those. So we're not actually short in those areas. And then we train them in between in the middle of the day and after routes.
And also on the field trip issue, I imagine the answer is no, but do you all have any of the buses that might have restrooms for those longer trips?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, we can't make school buses with bathrooms. They're pretty restricted on what we can use. Yeah. And technically those would be what they call a SPAB driver, or driver that drives one of the bigger transit style buses with bathrooms, and they would have to be certified to transport students. And they call that a SPAB certificate.
And this is for the superintendent. If maybe we could get data or start tracking from, where did she go?
So we're gonna need to hold on that question if you need a response right now, but otherwise I know we have folks taking notes, so.
I do have a couple questions for the superintendent, so.
All right, any other questions for Director Weiser? Are they questions that we can follow up with after the meeting?
I am curious about in terms of planning for the future, and I think there's lack of clarity and maybe future board item will address this in terms of transportation next year for the LC Allen with clarity on what those routes and what that might look like next year with what the map might be and the increases in cost based off increased mileage or whatever. That's kind of what I'm interested in hearing. I don't know if how where you are of that, and what might happen on that end.
I could tell you that I am currently not in that discussion because those are ongoing with you and your committees that you have. However, Superintendent August keeps me updated on what's going to come about. It's actually a question that I have put in front of the team as well. Like, hey, what's LCL's transportation going to look like next year? So we can start planning, especially when it comes to planning, potential budget and reductions in lifetime and miles. So yeah, that's something that we're interested in as well.
I guess in terms of your planning, like how far in advance do you need an answer to effectively plan for the future year?
Well, if you're taking away, that can happen pretty quickly. If you're adding, that takes a little bit of time. Our board currently has a policy that any major changes in your school district's transportation needs to be notified. They need to notify the Joint Powers Board by February of the 2026, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Superintendent, what I was gonna ask is if we can maybe track from all our sites, specifically as it relates to field trips and maybe also sports, how frequently we're using West County and also when we're using like private charters, and maybe the miles associated with each of those. And also the other question that I am curious about is what it might look like next year with LC Allen, and I imagine maybe we'll get into that later, but what transportation would look like, will we provide it? And it sounds like based on his answer that they would need to know potentially changes by February, so.
All right. Thank you,
You're
Director. And I'm just capture the follow-up item of Superintendent August and President Howell connecting on the specifics around Comstock. And so thank you for your presentation, and we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next item.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your support.
Item G2, action 2024-25 unaudited actuals. We have Luz Carreras, our interim associate superintendent of business services, as well as Joel Dantos presenting.
Here we go. Good evening, everyone. Oh, could you please? My name is Luz Cáceres, and I am here along with, please introduce yourself, young man.
Joel Dantos, Executive Director of Fiscal Services.
And we're going to be presenting the unaudited actuals. And so there's a slide deck. And while we get it ready, we will note that we are at the point of the reporting cycle that I often tell folks is my least favorite. My favorite part of the reporting cycle is budget development. That is when things are aspirational. We get to think about all the wonderful things we want to do, the programs and the services we want to have for kids. unaudited actuals is a bit more tedious, and it really is just about figuring out what exactly happened over the fiscal year. One of the highlights of this point in time is this is the last point in time that we will be reporting to you from within ourselves about our books. Once we've closed books and we have our unaudited actuals, we will hand those over to our independent auditor, who's an independent external third party, and then they'll go through the process of essentially reviewing our books with the high level, right? The reason an auditor audits our books is to determine whether or not they agree that our finances are what we say they are. And so we'll await the answer to that question come December. And so if we can move over to, let's see if we can skip to the next slide.
I just shared it with you, by the way.
That's
Sorry.
okay. We'll PDF
Yeah,
it.
this works.
So that's where we are in September, and the audit report will come to the board in January. If we can go to the next slide, Joel, do you want to take over and talk a little bit about the general fund, and I'll summarize?
Yeah, so here we're looking at the unaudited actuals, how we close the books in relation to the last budget presentation that we had in the 25-26 adopted budget, where we had our estimated actuals. So you can see the revenues came in close to budgeted. There are some underlying stories. One is the local control funding formula came in at about $800,000. About $300,000 of that is our special ed property taxes. So that's not all entirely unrestricted to the bottom line. We did get an increase in other state revenues. When we closed the books, we got more transportation reimbursement. That's kind of piggybacking on the previous presentation. We used assumptions out of CDE's principal apportionment projections, and then they were updated with our P2 ADA, and that's what we used for actuals. And the good thing about those revenues is they're ongoing, so we will see that increase in 2025-26, second interim update as well. With that special ed property taxes, we did see a reduction in SELPA revenues and other state revenues as well, similar to property tax sales. If when they go up, then the others somewhat go down. And also we did see those final SELPA revenues come in with P2 ADA as well after the SELPA went through and identified all the SELPA districts revenues, and we got those with the closeout from packet from SELPA as well. So those are the major items in the revenues.
So high level takeaway here, I do want to highlight something is if for us, our primary source of funding is LCFF, the local control funding formula. And I just want to note how tight that projection is, right? So I tell folks, if we're going to excel at one thing on the finance side, on the revenue side, it is in calculating that LCFF and estimating it properly. And so my hat's off to Joel and team in doing such an excellent job of estimating where that revenue is going to come in. And then that other takeaway is a key one, that the transportation piece, right? So this is going to help our bottom line in the 24-25 year. And then we also get to add it to the 25-26 year. And so that increase in transportation is going to help us on an ongoing basis.
And for our three new trustees, can you just acronym SELPA and just explain the SELPA and the revenue that you're referencing?
Can I acronym SELPA?
Yeah.
Oh,
Special Local Area Plan.
Yes, Special Education Local Plan Area. So we belong to the Sonoma County SELPA. So it's many of the districts in Sonoma County essentially run SELPA together. We are required to be a member of a SELPA.
And then if we can move on to the expenditure side. And a high level first for us. So just a couple of items to point out. So one, what you see here is an overall decrease in the spending that was planned on the since estimated actual. So we spent about $5 million less than what we had anticipated to spend as of estimated actuals. So one key note is there's a chunk of this that happens on the restricted side. And so we didn't spend some of those restricted dollars we receive. We don't lose them. They become available to us next year. So as of estimated actuals, we had predicted we would have a restricted fund balance of about 10 million. Oh, yes. And then, I'm sorry, as of estimated actuals, we thought we would have a restricted fund balance of about 10 million. It's actually at 15 million now at unaudited actuals. And so that is, so I recognize some of those swings might catch your eye. And I want to be clear, we didn't lose anything. Those are restricted dollars we didn't spend. They become a part of our legally restricted ending fund balance, and then they become available for us to spend in the current year. This is one of those changes you'll see come first interim. By first interim, once the board approves unaudited actuals, that carryover becomes real. We will then post it, usually by first week of October, and you're going to see then an increase in the spending at first interim. And you will note, why did we go up from adopted budget in our spending to first interim? And this will be one of the reasons I will highlight. We've posted carryover. The money we didn't spend in the prior year becomes available to us in the new year, in this year. Okay, sorry. Let you go over anything else?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That is great overview of the unrestricted. And I'll add to the unrestricted. We did see some, if we recall, over last year, we came to the financial reports with updated special education at first interim, second interim, and third interim. And John Fisher and team worked pretty well when we closed the books, and they found some cleanup in the budget and worked with vendors, and we got the final invoices in. So there was some reduced costs and services in special ed. And that, along with the revenues addressed, are really what will compromise the improvement in the 24-25 closeout books. And the other item I will address is that we did have, so this final year, this 24-25 was again, we had a number of one-time monies. We had a discretionary block grant. We spent one last year, 2 years ago, and then the final one this year. When we use those to prevent, we moved salaries into those and not the budgeted services and operating expenditures. So that's something I think would explain more of the variance in this area in unrestricted and restricted.
And one other highlight here is we did see an increase from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals in the cost of our utilities. So we will be interrogating that increase, in part because we want to determine, do we need to adjust our 25-26 budget, given what we might learn in looking at the 24-25 actuals. Next slide, please. So there's a bit of red here. This is where we're ending the year. I want to note a couple of things. So one, on the unrestricted side, we are still ending with a negative fund balance. It is an improvement from where we were at estimated actuals. So we're about $2 million better than where we were at estimated actuals. Still in the red. I don't want to lose sight of that, but we are in a better position than we we thought we were going to be. This is probably, it's definitely not for celebrating, but I do want to note that it's going in the right direction, right? So I'm going to guess that here there was probably some belt tightening that happened as we were sort of crystallizing, you know, where we were with the year. And that's where some of that ends up showing, that we end up with a little bit more there in that bottom line. Our 45-day revise was also better than what we thought we were going to be in the adopted budget. I think Joel and team did an excellent job in holding back any of those revenues that were a question mark. And so if it was a question mark, they didn't put it in the budget until they saw the whites of the eyes from the Budget Act. And that's once we saw it, then we knew it's okay to include in the budget. And so that's another adjustment that's helping us out. We will be looking at other solutions for the current year. We're going to be looking at opportunities to limit some of the spending that was otherwise planned. So just additional opportunities to tighten the belt to ensure that we're able to maintain the cash balances we need and to try to move ourselves closer. Now, we don't want to just be out of the red, right? We want to be able to maintain that 3% reserve. If you go to the next slide, we can get a sense of what that needs to look like. So we ended the year with a minus just over $1.1 million hole, which means we didn't make our 3% reserve. So we are short $9.2 million. So we would need $9.2 million more in order to make our 3% reserve. It's not a small amount. So we will definitely have our work in front of us. And I am clear from my conversations with everyone from staff to leadership to just everyone I'm talking to that folks understand the work that needs to get done. We're all willing to do that. And I have no doubt that we are going to be able to work ourselves into a fiscal stabilization plan that the board can approve, that the county will be satisfied with, and that will get us back into a place where we not only have our 3% reserve, but start moving in that direction that aligns with what the board policy that the board recently approved, where we're aspiring to get to a 10% reserve for economic uncertainties. I know that was a lot. I'll pause there in case there are any questions before we move on to other funds, unless you want us to just.
Trustees Oliver and Creo, any questions? No? All right. Other trustees, any questions? All right, let's continue.
Go to the next slide. Highlight anything here, my friend?
Yeah, so the Student Activity Special Revenues Fund ending with a $1.3 million reserve. That is the local school district sites that we account for in our unaudited actuals. It's charter school special revenue funds. Those are our 4 dependent charter schools combined, looking at a $3.3 million reserve. Child Development Fund, that includes our preschool program and our expanded learning opportunities program, close to a $4 million reserve. Cafeteria Fund 13, a $6.4 million reserve. I think, you know, there's a really investment in food services, which, you know, we hope continues, and you can see there. Deferred maintenance, special revenue fund, all the other funds really came in with a good close. I don't know if we want to go through every detail, but if there's any questions. But yeah.
I'll highlight just a couple of things. There are a couple of funds that sometimes we will keep our eyes on because they can, in some school districts, require support from the general fund. And so we'll have the general fund supporting other funds. That's Fund 12 and Fund 13, the Child Development Fund and the Cafeteria Special Revenue Fund. What I see here are 2 healthy funds that I do not anticipate we would be needing the general fund to support these other funds. Quite the contrary. It's one of the helpful, calming pieces of being able to see these balances is knowing that they have cash available to support the general fund if and when we were to need some support in cash for the general fund. And so we have some balances. These are ending fund balances, but we know there are also cash balances there. And so to be able to have some of those cash balances to rely on if we were to need them is helpful as a strategy that's probably about plan C or D.
Just to confirm that, similar to the actions that we took at the previous or meeting before it around being able to borrow from the county for cash flow because we get our property tax revenue all at once. What you're saying is that this is a place where we could borrow with the intent to replenish because of that annualization of our revenue, and that borrowing would not cost us in the same way that traditional lending would.
That's exactly right. And so one of the benefits of having cash balances available to us in other funds, and we wouldn't be able to borrow from all of them. So like the bond fund, for example, is off limits. But it allows us essentially, we're living within ourselves. And it's our first choice. And that was one of I think the board approved that resolution as well to allow us to do that interfund borrowing. And so it allows us to rely on ourselves before we rely on an external source, which is where we want to be.
Can we spend a lot of time talking about the general fund because it's the thing that's in the red and we've been doing, that's where a lot of our staff and a lot of that's managed. But can you just speak to the care in the management and the decision-making in in how we run these funds? Our diligence in making sure that we're getting the highest return for what we're spending on.
Sure. I'll touch on just a couple of them. Well, these other funds don't get the same love and attention publicly. Internally, they get the same care. So the same care that goes into projecting our revenue for the general fund goes into projecting the revenues and the expenditures for these other funds. Our bond fund would have thank you. The bond fund would have a facilities master plan that goes along with it. I did notice our deferred maintenance fund is a little on the low side, and I'm imagining that's because we've been relying on our bond funds, but eventually we want to get to the place where we're making a steady contribution to that deferred maintenance fund. That's one of those places where if we don't take care of our facilities, we will pay for it. And that the invoice comes in a lot higher than if we had just maintained the seal of our facilities, right? It's a schoolhouse, right? It's a house, and we don't want water to get in because that causes a lot of damage really quickly. And so protecting the seal is really important, and part of that work happens with the deferred maintenance fund. And if our director of facilities, Eric, is watching, he's probably applauding that I'm mentioning that the deferred maintenance fund will be needing some love and care, and we should look at making a contribution on a steady basis.
Any other questions? Trustee Medina?
Thank you. On these other funds, first off, Fund 8, student activities, is that the same thing as ASB?
Right. We get all the ASB balances and we report them in our SACs unaudited actuals as part of financial statement.
I'm curious. I know there's a lot of rules with that. It's like 300+ page manual on those. But do we ever kind of like audit, like, is there, I don't know, like a club that hasn't existed for like 20 years that doesn't do anything? And what happens with those funds, especially now that our sites have like their budgets drastically cut? Is there something that can be audited and they can look at that?
That's a great question. So our independent audit does include auditing the ASB funds, and my department gets their balances and we do reporting. It is a fairly large district. There are a lot of activities that happen at the site. Some things we discover and we address. I know that, Lisa, you can attest, we've had in some cases, in addition to our independent audit, we've had forensics audits on ASB accounts. We do manage them and we continue to make improvements in that area. I know Luz has worked on some issues since she's been here. And yeah, so that, hopefully that.
I know that we got, I think, a new system to deal with ASB funds recently, and I'm just curious. Basically, I'm wondering, is there a way to identify funds that have stood idle for years, maybe decades, that can then maybe repurposed. If that's even allowed within the rules, I don't know.
I mean, that's a good-
For
so-
our sites.
Yeah, so these funds are not actually, in our county treasury account. So these are not a balance that we would use. They are in local accounts at school districts, like exchange bank accounts. And we enter those into our system. There is fairly standard law against applied to the ASB counts on their allowable uses and their governance. I know FCMAT has a very specific manual that we follow, and the auditors. I would think it would be challenging for districts to look at those and repurpose them, and they're really site specific and they really have stringent rules.
The second question I have is around, and this might be more to the superintendent, specifically Fund 73, the scholarship. Is that like a scholarship fund that we have that we're not issuing anything out of? I know that in the past, as a board member, we've voted like on scholarships, very specific ones. I don't know if that's through this specific fund here or what is that?
The Fund 73? Yeah, so that is a scholarship fund. It has a specific scholarship, I guess, just whoever created scholarship, they have very strict rules we have to follow as well. And ed services and different, I know that different departments utilize that scholarship and run them throughout the year. Yeah, I don't know what's your specific question on it.
Well, I see money going in, but I see nothing going out. Are we not issuing scholarships? That's kind of where the question's going.
I think that this is the way to describe this is it's a fiduciary account where donations are made or scholarships are made that we manage for some of the donors. So these aren't district funds that have been designated for scholarship. They're typically ones that are donated that, the interest is essentially used in many cases. At least that's what I've seen with these types of funds. And I don't know if Luz has some.
Why don't we do some additional research and include in a future board agenda on Fund 73? One question on the self-insurance dental fund. I know $500,000 of that was a transfer out as a part of our fiscal sustainability plan for this year. Is a ending fund balance of $968,181 healthy, or is that a concern?
So the answer to that question is going to depend on what the actuarial valuation says about how much we need to have in the fund balance. And I've not read that report yet to see how we align.
Well, after you've read it, I'd love your opinion.
Let me do my homework.
Trustee Medina, you had another question?
Just, were you talking about Fund 67? Self-insurance?
Yes.
I am wondering, like, I think I recall something about that fund had a ton of money in it, that we were gonna take some out and put, I don't know, towards the general fund or something, and I'm wondering if this high level of expenditures is unique to this year, because of something like that we did as an action, or is this generally the amount of expenditures we have, and that's why it's so low?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Something we definitely will look into after now we help close the books and have the actual totaled expenditure. So this is we provide a self-insured dental program to our staff where we give them a certain amount cap that they can spend on dental, and then they go out and get the dental work, and the dental work pays us the actual, we pay the actual cost. So we don't know if our staff will use the full cap amount or not. And we transfer money from the general fund into the Fund 67 to cover those costs. And then we have an ending balance. I think that the reasons for a reserve are for cash flow. We send that money out, and if we transfer money in every month with the payroll. We tax our payroll like we tax workers' compensation insurance and other things. And we bring that money in, but anybody can get dental work throughout the year. And we base it on our salary, our personnel costs. So that, to say, is that a good reserve? I believe, yeah, I think those, and the expenditures are within reason. I think this is something that, we'll look at now that we close the books and see what we want to use that $968,000 equity for, but it is transferred out of the general fund, so it could be transferred back to the general fund. This fund really only needs to cover expenses.
We can bring back more information later.
We can do it as part of a Friday memo, an update on whether, just directly to answer the question, was there any pool out of the equity into the general fund? Did we transfer anything out of 67 into the general fund?
There's one other thing I'll add, because I was looking at it and go, oh my gosh, did I make a mistake there? There's a $36 million balance in the bond interest and redemption fund. That's one that we should probably address. That is unique to unaudited actuals. That is something that it's held at the county. I'm less familiar with it, but we have to report it on our actuals. It is not in our funds, our county treasury. That is not one that we could borrow from. It is something that they want us to include in our end of the year financial report, so then we can pass. That is how the state then receives the balance throughout all the counties, and that is at a county level. So we just make that entry when we close out the books. Is it?
Fund 51 it's an interesting fund for school districts in that we don't manage it the way we manage all of our other funds. All of our other funds, the ins and outs, all of that is our responsibility. For Fund 51, it's really managed at the county level. They report to us and tell us, here's the revenue, here are the expenditures, to make these entries in your books, and then we comply. Specifically, this fund is to make the debt service payments on our bonds, right? So that's why it's kept separate and managed separate from us. So they'll let us know the tax rate they're going to be collecting it. They'll let us know the dollars. They'll let us know all that information, but we don't manage any of it. Just last highlight here. So we've got lots of work in front of us over the next few months. The next big report you'll be receiving from us will be first interim, and that comes in December. That is much too far away for us to not have just regular contact over here. And so we will be updating the board on a regular basis about some of that work that needs to happen. The next big step is to update you on what does our MYP look like with the unaudited actuals closing, with the effects of the 45-day revise. And now that we have a better sense of where our enrollment is landing, to be able to update that. Yes, there was a bullet point up there that we missed in the final edits, and we'll make sure we get that corrected. Apologies for that.
The next slide is going to be questions anyway. So questions on the timeline from any board members or questions in general? All right, we do have an action item on this. If I can have a motion.
Did we do public comment already?
We have no cards.
Okay. I'll move to accept the 2024-2025 unaudited actuals.
Second.
All right, moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call, please.
Trustee Carrillo,
Aye.
Trustee Olivera,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Thank you both for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move to item G3, which is discussion and action. This is a second reading consideration of board policies 4119.24, 4119.21, and 1114. We are going to take these board policies separately. So we'll start with 4119.24, and then we'll move through each of them. So I have Dr. Vicki Sands and Patrick Gannon presenting. We'll start in the order as they are on the agenda. So we'll start with 4119.24, and then we'll go to the 2-1 and then to the ones.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Caston, Superintendent August, members of the board. We are bringing these 3 board policies back for a second read after taking into consideration some of the input that was gathered at the last board meeting. Okay. So we did make some changes, and actually, as I was going through making my notes, I did it in the opposite direction. So I haven't quite gotten to this one yet.
We have enough time to reverse that. We'll start with 1114 and we'll go in the other direction. So go ahead in your notes order.
Okay. So 1114 is district-sponsored social media. We have changed in places where it refers to accounts and/or some places referred to accounts, some places referred to platforms. So in every place that that's mentioned, it says accounts and platforms. There were some questions about approved social media sites. And so on the 3rd page, in number 2, we have gone ahead and listed some examples of platforms that are approved district platforms. These are only examples. There are other platforms that are approved. I know a particular concern was the Remind app, which is district approved. There is a web link where people can look up which platforms are district approved and which are not. Platforms that are not district approved are usually because that particular platform is not willing to sign a student data privacy agreement, and therefore we will not enter into an agreement with them, and/or they're redundant to platforms that we're currently using, such as Parent Square.
Where did you say that link was?
Excuse me?
Where did you say that link was?
So actually, I was looking for the link on the website because I could not find it. I do not see where to find it, so I'm going to work with Adrian to have it put under the staff hub and the public technology page.
I did have a question.
Trustees Oliveira and Creo, do you have questions before we start? Trustee Medina?
Frequently here, you see official district accounts, and I think the question is, how do you define official? There's so many accounts out there. How do we, as a member of public, know that's an official one, that one's not? Is it a badge? Is it?
So social media platforms have introduced those badges for public agencies. There are price tags attached to those, unfortunately. However, as an internal practice, we're hoping to tighten up how these accounts get created, because all school accounts should be approved by ASB, and the principal. All district accounts ideally should be approved by cabinet. Parent Square is our primary communication platform that we use from the district all the way down to the teacher in the classroom. So that really should be the primary tool. I mean, it doesn't have to be the only tool, but it is available and a platform that we have a privacy agreement.
Are you referring to Parent Square as a social media platform? Is that what I heard you say?
No, Parent Square is not a social media platform.
I guess the other question, because we don't have that clarity on official accounts, or as a member of the public, I can't look at an account and know that's official, that's not. And from an accountability perspective from the district, I am curious as to how do we know who's managing an account. For example, like obviously TikTok, I think is not one of the platforms we're able to use, right? But there's accounts that represent our schools on TikTok. And how do we know who's running them? And how can we enforce or hold people accountable for that if we don't know that information? I'm just thinking about it from that perspective. Will that be included in an AR or?
That's honestly a huge, it's honest, I've worked with other districts and it's an issue everywhere because anybody can create a social media account. And it's very hard to get those accounts taken down. So you bring up an important issue, but it's a very difficult one to wrap our hands around effectively.
Superintendent August.
One place where we start is by setting the expectations with our staff, setting clear guidelines, policies around how and why those are or are not created. So that's the first step. And yes, we will have to develop how we go past there. And it will be a little bit like whack-a-mole, unfortunately, with some of those that are unauthorized accounts. And we've been actually working through that over the last couple of years since we created the district-wide website and have been slowly pulling away from all of those random sites that were created by individual sites or teachers or staff.
Trustee De La Torre.
So we're being asked to discuss and possibly take action on these board policies tonight, but I'm still hearing too many unknowns to effectively take action. We don't have the link up of what the approved platforms are. We don't know how to determine what an official site is or is not, but yet we're being asked to take action on what our policy is, and we're still asking questions. So I have concern of having something in front of us we're being asked to take action on, and we're still not sure exactly how we're to move forward and make these proper identifications.
So I think the approved platforms is a document that's published annually in our family handbook that every single family receives. So the link is that's a simple fix. I think the question around whether an account or platform is approved or not, I think that is kind of an ongoing kind of checks and balances thing. It's always going to be a question and concern, but until we have something like this in place, we won't be able to address it.
I get that, but if we have no way to determine what's approved or not approved, how are we putting something in action to move forward? I just need clarification so I know what we're trying to accomplish with the board policy.
Superintendent August, and then we'll go to Trustee Kirby.
The approved or not approved is something that we put out specifically. So the policy allows us to have the guidelines around what those expectations are that we set. So the approved is essentially if the district is paying for it and it's on our approved list, and we've authorized somebody to create it with their SRCS email account, that would be an approved account. If it's something that they are creating on an account, a separate personal email account, that would not be an approved account as an example. So but without the policy that clearly delineates, that's where we leave ourselves open for, allowing things that really are outside of what our expectations and parameters are.
Trustee Kirby and then Trustee Prack.
Yeah, that was basically what I was hopefully you said it more eloquently, but this policy will then allow us to then put in an AR, and perhaps we can get the list of approved platforms in an AR that would be more definitive, and to drill down on that, this is the overarching policy, and then the AR will go even further and say, hey, these are our our current ones, right?
Of course. And I think that those platforms change so rapidly. the lists are published on an annual basis because new ones come up all the time. So that's not something that we would necessarily want to publish or set in stone in a board policy.
Trustee Prack?
Thank you. I understand why this is in place and why we're trying to create here, but my concern is that there are social media sites that are created by clubs and ASB and other organizations on campus that may not be, that are created by the kids to share on their platforms about updating information for the week or spirit days or sports events. And yes, they're not employees of the district, but they're still representing the school. And so that's my concern of like, well, it's okay for them, or if it's not run by an account or a SRCS account. I mean, if there's an issue, who's held accountable?
So if there was an issue with an account that was being run by kids to represent a club or a group, that would be taken through the channels of discipline with the kids, talking to the kids, letting them know that this is not acceptable, things like that. So in terms of the kids using it, one thing I want to mention as well is that this is not a new policy. It's an update to an existing policy. So we're not putting in something completely new. We're just trying to update the language based on what CSBA has said. I also want to go back to, it involves training. It involves informing our staff of what is acceptable to represent the school officially and what is not acceptable use to represent the school officially. So training is definitely a part of that and making sure that everybody understands the policies.
And if I can add one piece to that, as far as clubs have advisors, which do have SRCS emails, that's where these should be initiated. Students should not be specifically controlling those sites. That's one of the concerns is related to the student data privacy, and that's why. And so we actually have excuse me. We have someone who is in a technology TOSA role, who that is what, and I'm sure mutilated the name of the title of the position, but that is a big part of her job, is making sure that all of those are appropriate, that reviewing the student data privacy, and those are documents that I actually sign, making sure that they comply before they're put on that list to use. And I get those almost at least weekly, so that list is constantly being updated.
Okay, that's good to know. But for the clubs that are running their own pages, would they be then told to, like, you have to delete these accounts? Is that the hill we want to die on?
No, I think so. So the clubs actually they're approved through the ASB. So as long as they're approved through the ASB, they're fine. I think the schools have frankly a better process than the district does, district-wide.
All websites are supposed to be from the district website. So there should be pages for ASB and their clubs off of the school district website. So there are not, that was a directive that actually came out, I believe, 2 years ago, that those sites were supposed to be taken down and transferred over. And so we do find them as we go along, where there are specific teachers or clubs or groups that has not happened. And so we address those as we find them and correct them.
You said websites.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
talking
separate
social
from
media.
social media?
Okay, so I thought you were talking about when you said the pages, that's where my brain went.
No, but you just showed your age.
Yes, I know, right? Yes, I am Gen X. Thank you.
MySpace is not an approved.
Yeah, so I want to recenter us on these changes in front of us for social media. Also recognizing that a lot of times we want to have all of the questions answered before we pass policy, but we also want to recognize that policy is often the first step in actually being able to pursue those changes in actions, because until we direct that it's something that we want to do, we don't put the resources into doing it. So there's a lot of things that happen after we pass policy. With that context, is there any further discussion or do I have a motion? Trustee Kirby?
Just a real quick question. Hey, on page 3, bullet 3, there's a typo or something on my copy. I can't quite make that word out on the third sentence. Is that supposed to say considered a form of?
Considered a form of.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Do you happen to,
With that,
Trustee, yeah, go ahead, Trustee Kirby? Kirby?
I was going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Oh, I make a motion to approve the board policy. Gosh, what is this number? Sorry. 1114, district sponsored social media as
Presented.
presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Trustee Kirby, seconded by Trustee Prack. I do believe there's further discussion, so Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, part of this is, I think, involving communicating with parents. And I don't recall reading about this in the information handbook. And I think it would be important to put some of this information in the handbook the next time around. And I think doing a more effective job at it. How we maybe on our websites, if within the schools through ASB or wherever, the approved accounts are being approved, if on our websites somehow we can make sure we list the officially approved ones there, I think that would be good. And I imagine then the sites individually have information as to who runs them and all that. Because the other thing that we run into is that as students leave and people leave, then you lose access to accounts and passwords and all that. Like, I don't know, let's say Club X, there's 3 different social media accounts for that same club, and you don't necessarily know which one's the current one per se, unless you look at posts, of course. But I just wanted to really highlight that handbook part, including this in there as well.
So, roll call, please.
Trustee Carrillo,
Aye.
Trustee Olivera,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. We'll now move to BP 4119.21, professional standards.
Okay, thank you. So some of the things that were changed on there based on the feedback is the purpose section. The purpose of this policy is to provide. That is an addition. The addition of during work hours in the first, second, third, fourth. The fourth sentence, where the black writing starts. And then before Director Kirby brings it up, there's a typo on number 5 where it says employees shall not post identifiable images of students or students' families on a personal social media site. That should say without parental permission. On number 7, I want to call your attention. There was a concern about using social media during work hours. We have added except if during breaks and duty-free time. So that would cover when staff is at lunch or on a break or a prep period, them being able to look at their Facebook page and see what's going on. Those are the updates that we made since the last time.
Questions?
I have questions.
Trustee Prack?
Hi. For the sentence, each employee is expected to acquire the knowledge and skills necessary to fulfill his or her responsibilities. Can you please replace his and her to their? I think people would appreciate that. And then as well as in social media guidelines, number 3, employees shall not discuss their private social media accounts with students or provide information on how to access. Can we change the wording to employees should not discuss their non-educational social media accounts? Is there room to revise that?
There's actually, it is the separate, if there's already some familial relationship, that goes back, that makes sense. But this is really to set the parameters of the difference between.
The non-educational, okay. just wanted
Yeah,
to make sure.
the private is actually very intentional.
Okay, perfect. Then that's all from me.
Trustees Creo and Olvera, any questions before we move discussion? Discussion or motion? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I have a question regarding, under social media guidelines, 4, employees may not knowingly grant students access to view personal social media sites. So does that mean that then we're demanding our employees have all their accounts private? For example, an Instagram account, that means you then have to make your account private. Because right now, if you have it as public, someone could just follow you. You don't have to follow them. But then are we imposing that on them?
I don't believe so. It's knowingly granting, meaning putting your Instagram page up on the whiteboard in your classroom so that everybody can follow you. So it's doing it in a purposeful way. Students can always find you, right? If they look hard enough, they're going to find you, but not to invite them to it.
And so I imagine an AR will be developed for this. I don't think I saw one. Can we make sure that that's clear what that means?
Any further discussion? Trustee Delatorre?
So who makes the determination for items 7 and 8? Singling out a particular student or students for personal attention and friendship beyond the professional staff-student relationship? Who's making the determination of what a professional staff-student relationship is? Is that on the site administrators? Is that on us? Like,
Trustee
I
Delatorre,
think
we're
you're
on
the wrong
policy.
policy.
Yeah, we're on policy 0.21 right now. Yep. Any further questions on 0.21? Is there a motion with the edits that have been presented?
Sure, I'll make a motion to accept Board Policy 4119.21 Professional Standards as presented.
I'll second.
As presented with the 2 edits.
Sorry, yes, with the 2 edits that were suggested.
Excellent. We have a motion by Trustee Kirby, a second by Trustee Prack. Roll call, please.
Trustee Carrillo,
Aye.
Trustee Olivera,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Prack,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. We'll now move to Board Policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Presentation, please.
Okay, so this is one where I believe most of our conversation came from last time. There were some questions that we did address on page 3. There were some questions about communications from coaches and advisors to teams or clubs. So we added some language, shall concern only legitimate educational interests and shall be sent in a single communication to all participating team or club members, except for communications concerning an individual student's medical or academic privacy matters, in which case the communication will be copied to a school administrator, athletic director, or the parent or guardian, so that it's not just between a coach and a player or between a staff member and a club member. Number 7, to address Director De La Torre's question, this is a matter of understanding professional boundaries, and that is part of our responsibility as a district and part of the responsibility of our staff to understand what is a professional boundary. Part of this comes through the mandated reporter trainings that we do, and some of the harassment trainings that we do, where those things are described to a certain extent. Is it always going to be possible that every single person is going to understand exactly what this means? It's possible that they wouldn't, and that is where an administrator would step in and say, this is a professional boundary that's being crossed. For number 8, we went from using overly familiar to using personalized terms of endearment, pet names. So, you know, if you call everybody sweetie, that's not a big deal. If you call only one particular student sweetie ever, then that starts to cross a line. And again, that would be something that would be continuing education with our staff and follow up from our administrators. So socializing or spending time with students, we gave some examples, going out for beverages, meals, movies, shopping, outside of school-sponsored events, except as participants in community activities. So if there was a, you know, Wednesday night market that the whole community goes out to, that would be an exception. If there's a pride parade, that's an exception. It's a community activity. So that would not be prohibited. This is more geared towards taking one student out shopping or taking one student to the movies. Then number 12, for non-guidance or counseling staff, encouraging students to confide their personal or family problems. If a student initiates such discussions, employees are expected to refer the student to the appropriate guidance or counseling staff. And so in either case, employee involvement should be limited to direct connection to the student's school performance. This is an effort just to try to move these types of conversations to the people that are most trained to address when students have certain kinds of issues. And I think that, and then number 13 I know also was a question. This is in line with all of the other board policies, 4119.24, that we were able to find, which is just a general guideline not to discuss personal, family, or other private matters with students or share personal secrets with students.
Before Trustee Kirby points it out, if we could add a period at the end of that sentence, that'd be great. Before we go to discussion here, I don't have any cards on this policy for public comment, but I do know we have folks that were part of the discussions between last meeting and this one. So I will open it if there's someone who wants to provide comment for us, even if they didn't put in a card. I don't see anyone. With that, I'll come back to us. Trustees Oliveira and Creo, do you have any questions on this item? Creo? Yeah.
When it comes to student relationships with their teachers, I understand the whole premise of putting these kinds of things to protect us and make sure that these teachers don't cross a boundary that can unfortunately turn to inappropriate behaviors or things that shouldn't be happening on a school environment. But sometimes we students have more of a, how do I put this? We can share more personal relationships with our teachers because most of them have been in our shoes or they understand what kind of circumstances we're in. Yeah, I'm not going to tell all my teachers everything that I like personally having, but some actually can relate to what I have, and it makes it so much easier for some students. Students are all different and we all have different issues, and sometimes we can't go to a guidance counselor and just telling them everything immediately. We need to have like, that's what's called, that's somehow understanding, that connection that makes us feel safe. And I feel safe with many of my teachers because they actually know they listen, they understand, they can relate to what I'm feeling, and To me, that makes me not feel only special. It's not special because I'm not having a full-on one-one connection with them because they also have more connections to other students. But it makes me feel safe being able to talk with somebody that's understanding of my circumstances.
Thank you for sharing that. And I totally understand that, especially having been one of those teachers that a lot of students came to. I think the key word in this one is encouraging it. So trying to get a student to maybe share things that they don't want to share. And then referring, if there's a student that, you know, you're not feeling equipped or you don't have the training to help, referring them. And that doesn't prohibit that relationship between the student and the staff member, but it does at least give the student the opportunity to talk to somebody with more professional training in that area. If a student chooses that they don't feel comfortable having that conversation or doesn't feel comfortable with that adult, at least that step has been taken.
Okay, thank you.
Go trustee Medina, and then I'll come over here to De La Torre, and then I'll come back over here.
I think following up on student trustee Carrillo's comments, specifically on item 12 there. I don't necessarily see that within this language because it says, so the second sentence, if the student initiates the discussion, the employees are expected to refer it to the appropriate guidance and counseling staff, right? In either case, the employee involvement should be limited to direct connection to their school performance. And so I think that's kind of where it gets iffy because, for the past year, 2 years, we're talking about the connections that students develop with adults, and oftentimes they feel safe with their teachers and based on those relationships that they've built. And so this feels like now it's making it tougher for teachers to kind of have that relationship. If it's inappropriate, of course, it shouldn't happen, but sometimes distrust that students look to teachers for guidance, it seems like to be it's discouraging it. And so I kind of worry about that just because I also had good teachers that I think I was able to connect with. So I think that needs to be a little more clear. Like, are they still, if the student really wants to talk to that individual, are they really supposed to say no? How do they document that I encourage X to go see whatever? I mean, I imagine that'll be brought up in an AR or something as well. Because how does the employee protect themselves in an instance like this?
Yeah, so one way to do that would be an AR. Another way would be to document in Aries, referred student to guidance counselor. That is a way that they can, protect themselves by putting that in there. It is, I get it. It's really tricky. It's a sticky thing. And we have to put policies in place sometimes because even though 99% of our staff is not going to use this as an opportunity to do something not appropriate, we have that 1% or that 0.5% or hopefully 0.1% even that would use this as an opportunity. And so we're trying to draw a hard line and make sure that it's very clear what is and is not appropriate to protect our staff and to protect our students from any kind of inappropriate relationships developing from sharing, your home life experience. And like I said, 99.9% of our staff is their 100% wholesome intentions. And then there's that 0.1%.
And I'm still like with this specific section, I'm still just, it's not necessarily clear to me. In their referring, and this again could be coming later, like if they document in Aries, what do they document? Just that they referred? Why did they refer? Would they then potentially be violating that privacy and trust that a student entrusted in them? Like, I'm concerned as to the implementation of this. I totally understand the motivation. But I feel like I lack clarity on how that'll be implemented, and I worry about some potential backfiring of it. The second part of this is that I think that because it talks about volunteers and community members as well, how are they informed of this? If people are volunteering, they obviously need to be provided this in some way. Will this be included in the mentor platform, which, by the way, I really don't like? But yes, for parents, because it seems like this is addressing them as well. So how do we acknowledge that they've been informed of this? And because this is, again, a new policy, is that part of the implementation plan? I feel like
Yeah.
I want to see more of that
Mhm.
before I'm
Yeah,
able to move
and
forward on
I
this one.
think that would go back to what I was saying with the earlier policy. There needs to be training, and especially with this one, 0.24 is not a new policy, but it is a new policy for our district. And so there would need to be training on boundaries. We are going to be doing training on boundaries with our staff through RESIG. We did it last year. We're going to be bringing it back again this year. So training with the staff, putting it, I think there was a suggestion to put things in the staff handbook. I believe that was your suggestion, not the staff handbook, the parent handbook. So really making the policy clear and training people on how to use the policy and what it means.
Is this a mandatory training, a suggested training? When does the training happen? Who's paying for the training?
But before we walk down that road, I'd suggest that we need to discuss how policies are implemented and on all these policies, get some type of report back on what those implementation plans are. Trustee Medina, on your point on item 12, I actually would like to see if there's some suggested language that might address your clarity concern. For the final sentence, if it read, instead of what it's stated in there, if it instead read, in either case, employee involvement should be professional and related to their job role and responsibilities, would that be a clearer way of expressing that compared to this related to student performance language?
It doesn't address that same issue, that now you're taking away a trusted adult for this student to confide in, right? That's oftentimes, we talk about like mentors and people that students can trust. And now this is taking that away from many students, right? And that's kind of my concern, because so many students, look to teachers for that. I totally understand all that 1% issue that we're trying to deal with, but I also worry about the impact on students. And so thank you for that suggested language, but I think the issue still remains. It's just in a different way.
And I was just thinking of it from the fact that an individual teacher's role and responsibility could be broader than just the student's performance. So it may create space for that mentorship role that you're talking about.
And I know it's not necessarily the teacher's job to do that per se. It's just something that happens. But I also don't want a teacher to get in trouble for being someone that a student trusts per se with some of the personal struggles that they're often dealing with. So that's all.
Well heard. Trustee Delatorre.
Thank you very much. And I commend the work that the staff has put into attempting to reword this and get this closer to an acceptable policy to be interpreted appropriately. It's just not there yet for me. And again, my challenge is simply because we say you're not allowed to is not going to stop bad people from doing bad things. How this document still reads is it's going to scare the good teachers for being great teachers for making that personal connection with their students. The lived experiences that we've all been through as adults to come through bad situations in neighborhoods. I've shared personal stories on this mic to all of our students through my lived experience, and it has encouraged and mentored and guided them that things are possible if they're living the same situation that I lived 35 years ago. The fact that they can see somebody sitting in this seat that was going through the broken home that they went through, we need to be able to have opportunities to talk about those things. Otherwise, students don't have the adults they trust in their homes. They don't have the adults they trust in their communities. But so many students, you had those students, Vicki, teachers have had those students throughout time, that you were that trusted connection for that student that helped give them the encouragement and confidence that they could be more than they thought they could be because of the circumstance they're in. And I'm still worried that this language is limiting. I understand we need to set a tone and we need to set a bar, but we're not there yet. And simply because we use this language to help bad people don't do bad things, that's still going to happen, unfortunately. It's just going to scare the good people away from making those connections and providing that mentorship and guidance. So that's where I am at this. We talk about training and implementation, but we haven't used clear wording yet on exactly what that means and how that's interpreted.
Trustee Kirby? I'm sorry, Trustee Prack?
I'll remember that. Yes, so I like to echo what Omar or Trustee Medina and Trustee Delatorre have said. And I think about, for me, it affects my foster son, who's almost 18 years old, who's been in and out of foster care his entire life. And for him, there are certain teachers that he truly has connected with, that he goes to their classroom. He leaves class and goes to their classroom because if he has an issue with another teacher. But there's those teachers where he confides in and shares his stories with. And it would hurt me more knowing that if a teacher felt uneasy about building that type of relationship with their students. Because as an educator, you've made it in life when all the kids come to your classrooms during lunch break. They want to be there with their students or with their teachers. I was hoping if there's a way you could somehow change the language to read more of a student initiates such discussions. Employees are expected to use their professional judgment in referring the student to appropriate guidance and staff, to where it might be more comfortable for a student or for a teacher to still feel okay with allowing kids to initiate conversations with them. Because as Trustee Delatorre said, this isn't going to stop the teachers that may make poor decisions.
Right.
Just going to
yeah.
scare the good teachers.
Yeah.
We had the opportunity to talk about in this with the teachers on how they would interpret this and if this makes sense and this is what they would go by. Has that been able to happen at all yet?
We did have the opportunity to collaborate. I think I like, Trustee Prack, what you said and the way that you said it made sense to me. I think that aside from number 12, I'm hearing that everything else, it seems okay. It seems like number 12 is the sticking point. One thing that we're trying to avoid is oftentimes as educators, we want to hold what our students are telling us. And in a lot of instances, that's an okay thing to do. In some instances, it's not. And by having a clear line of saying that if a student tells you something, refer them, at least has a second set of eyes on some things that really do need to be reported. Because oftentimes students will tell us things that we can't keep in confidence. And, but I do really like the way that you worded that, and I'm going to have to listen to the recording because I didn't write it down.
Well, we're
But-
going to be writing it down because we need to finish this tonight. So,
Mhm.
but before that, we do have two more trustees sets of questions before we say that we're just on number 12. So Trustee Prack, did you have any other questions or comments on any of the other sections of the policy?
No, I was fine with everything else, just number 12 of just
Trustee Kirby then?
possibly rewording it a little bit.
All right. First, I have another punctuation problem. Hey, on number 4, under inappropriate conduct, could you add a period after the word principal there? It's like a run-on sentence, sorry. I know, just a period. On number 7, was there a specific reason, I can't remember our last conversation, that we took out the gift giving section of that?
I think we took it out because there was some objection to how specific number 7 was.
Okay, is that something that may be cleared up in an AR then further?
Yeah.
I mean, just because I didn't understand why it was taken out. I was okay with it, but I don't know. Just maybe some further definition in an AR would be helpful
Okay.
on that particular thing.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I liked Director Prack's amendment to number 12. I think I'd be okay with that. I actually had more problems with number 13 personally. I looked over a lot of other districts, both SoCal, NorCal, pretty good mix. I saw some of them, since this is CSBA language, a lot of them did adopt that. I saw just as many districts that actually did not have number 13 in their policy at all. I, again, feel that it may go to somehow restricting the relationships between the teachers and students, them building that trust amongst each other. I did have a potential amendment to that instead. Either I would like to see it removed, or I was going to actually offer a potential amendment. This was actually written in by a teacher in our district, which I thought it sounded pretty well. It said, employees shall avoid sharing intimate or inappropriate details of their personal lives. However, sharing appropriate personal experiences related to learning, growth, or resilience is encouraged when it serves an educational or relational purpose. I thought that maybe gave a little wiggle room for teachers to help continue to build trust with their students without being overly, them having no ability to share any personal stories or matters at all.
Are there any objections or concerns from the board about the language that Trustee Kirby just shared?
No, I liked it.
I like it. And just to the point of what's appropriate and inappropriate, like that's what the mandated reporting training's for. It's for that, specified, drilled in training that everybody goes through. So if we can leave this a little more broad so teachers can still have the correct nurturing relationship with their students. And that mandated reporting is when you have to report something or not report something. Like, of course, if something's in that mandated reporting training, you don't hold on to it. That's by law what you're required to do.
I'm going to make my question prior to trying to summarize this into something for discussion. My question, there was a very important specific concern brought to me about how some of our clubs and the role that faculty or staff and employees have with those clubs necessitates a confidential nature. So specifically, you may not be disclosing to your parents your status within the LGBTQ community, but you may be a member of the club. And so we do have places in here we're talking about, disclosing to parent guardians or elements like that. I know we've talked about it offline, but I just want to have it on the record. We don't interpret anything in this policy as requiring the disclosure of a student's participation within a club in that essence.
No, we don't require that. We don't encourage it. And actually, I believe that California law does not allow you to do that. So.
So I just want to make sure we were all clear on that. With that, I'm going to try and go ahead, Trustee Medina, before I try and restate some of these ideas.
On 5 and 6, it references social networking sites for communication. And basically, I would like to see if we could just be consistent on the language we're using with the other policies. I think it was social media accounts and platforms. So if we could review that and make them sound consistent. But just on this today, I'm not ready to pass today with all the changes. I'd like to see it come back with the changes, and I would really like to see an AR tied to this to just be able to see how that would go.
I'm going to try and restate the concepts and then we'll ask to see if there is action. If we don't get there, then we can come back and take another stab at it. But the changes that I have gleaned from this conversation was to number 12. If you have it specifically written down, yes.
I requested if a student initiates such discussion, employees are expected to use their professional judgment in referring the student to appropriate guidance and staff.
Okay, and so that starts on line 2 of number 12, and is a suggestion as presented by Trustee Prack. And then we had for 13, the new language presented by Trustee Kirby into the record. And then we have the recommendations for 5 and 6 to change the language to be consistent with other policies for social media accounts and platforms. With those 3 changes as they've been stated, is there a motion?
I make the motion.
It's been moved by Trustee Prack,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Kirby. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just didn't get any follow-up or clarity on the whole training part of the plan with this.
So the RESIG training on boundaries is not mandatory in that we can only do about 30 people per training at a time. So we run multiple sessions of that and multiple opportunities. There are, we work with them to come in and do coaches, athletic directors, all of that as well. That training is free to us because it's actually part of the service that RESIG provides that decreases our costs.
So RESIG
reduce.
covers the substitute, or when is that?
No, if we do it on our professional development days or in existing meetings or things like that, they could come into staff meetings, for an example. I mean, just all kinds of different spaces that could happen. No, they wouldn't cover the subs, but yes, they do come and do the training for free.
So that's kind of why I was asking, like if we did it on a PD day, you have significant number of people out. When do you do it? Is it mandatory? If not, how do you make sure that everybody's really aware of this? And that was the concern if we're putting all these requirements on there. Is there something where they acknowledge this brand new policy?
So the boundaries training is an extra above and beyond what's actually required by law. It's for best practice for us.
All right. Any further discussion?
Just that I'd rather wait on this to come back, so I'll be voting no on this.
Further discussion? Trustee Creo?
Trustee Kirby, could you repeat what your reinstation for number 13 would be, like the rewording for it?
Absolutely. The rewording would be employees shall avoid sharing intimate or inappropriate details of their personal lives, period. However, sharing appropriate personal experiences related to learning, growth, or resilience is encouraged when it serves an educational or relational purpose.
Okay. When it comes to that, I completely understand the fact that teachers should not be disclosing any specific personal things outside of the school ethic. But in certain circumstances, it's a solution and situations happen where they need to disclose to their students that something has occurred where they might not be able to show up at all for the following school years or for days on end. I don't know if I should share an example of one because I did actually have an instance of that where a teacher, oh,
As reworded, it would allow the teacher to share information if it was a professional or relationally appropriate for the situation.
yes.
So it provides a better language for the teachers to share things with the students, opposed to saying they can't share anything.
Okay, so this isn't disclosing teachers to like full on stop sharing these kinds of things, but if it's related to the work and for the students, they're allowed to be able to share that kind of stuff?
That's the wording that we understand is why we're presenting it, that it would give the teachers an opportunity to still have that relationship with students for their growth. Now, of course, if a teacher hears something in that conversation that by law needs to be mandated and reported, it's going to get reported. Like at no point in time should a teacher ever hold on to information that students could be in danger or within that appropriate training. But this allows the new language allows the opportunity to still have that communication between teachers and students when it provides room for growth and understanding and a resiliency.
Okay, perfect. Actually, it's more understandable. Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
I think I just again would like to, there's been a lot of changes to this. And I think I'd like to encourage others to vote no on passing it, just so that we're able to bring it back, post it publicly, and people are able to look at it and then potentially come back and comment to us, because what we're passing is not what was necessarily posted. It's a lot has been changed. So I think it's just to allow that opportunity for the public, if they choose to comment and address it. Like, I think the fact that student trustee Carrillo is engaged so much on the issue, like, maybe makes me think that maybe other students might be interested in addressing it. So again, I encourage other folks to vote no on passing it tonight.
So we have a motion and a second with the amendments, and we're going to go ahead and move forward with the vote. If it does pass, then I would still like to see the final version posted as an information item on a future agenda. If not, then obviously we'll get back to the drawing board. Roll call, please.
Trustee Carrillo.
No.
Trustee Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Prack. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
No.
Trustee Medina.
Just for clarifying the motion. The motion is to adopt the edits and pass the reading, right? Yes.
Correct. And then it would come back.
I'm okay with edits, but not passing yet, just
So
to clarify.
we'd pass it and approve it, and then we'd get the final back as an information item. So we'd be approving all the edits that we just discussed for the item. Well, regardless, if it does not pass, then we'll go back to the drawing board and we may have to bring it back. We'll have to figure out what the next step is.
Yeah.
So
To clarify, I'm okay with the edits, but for it to be brought back to the board with the edits, so that it's posted publicly with the edits, to allow for the public to be able to comment on the updated. So for it to come back to the board is what I'm hoping that we could.
And to speak to that, in past practice, we have approved edits and been able to approve policy changes during the meeting. So it's not out of practice for us to make edits and then approve them. So your vote, Trustee Prack? We can always bring these back and change them again once we get it, but this is approving it tonight.
Then yes, then I'm fine with
Okay.
that. So yes.
All right, Trustee Medina, your vote, please.
No.
All right, and that, I believe, comes to me.
Yes.
And I vote yes. The vote is of the non-student members 3-2, so the motion passes. And then our student members brings us to a 4-3 vote, which would also pass. All right, we will move on to G4, enrollment and capacity discussion. Superintendent August.
Thank you. I'm actually in a moment just going to turn it over to our team. This is just to provide just a little background that we do have two separate items on here for discussion for elementary and secondary, but it is one presentation linked under the parent item. And after the changes made last year with our school reconfigurations, this is our opportunity to come back and now say, where did enrollment actually end up? Where do we have the students? Where are we potentially over-enrolled versus under-enrolled? And start having those discussions about what's going well and what adjustments we may need to consider for next year.
Before you start the presentation, for everyone, we're going to receive the presentation. The board will ask questions. I'm then going to open up public comment on the full item. So for folks that said A or B, it's going to just be item G4 that we do public comment on. And then we'll move to discussion after we receive that public comment. So presentation, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try to be brief so that we can have more time to discuss it. We're already at 9 p.m. So there we go. So as you know, we just completed our 19th day of school, or the 20th. So as part of the mandated ECHO, the beginning of the year activities, we do a head count for all our students for the first 10 days of school. So today I want to share with you some findings of this work. So what we have seen that we have about 12,000 students enrolled in our traditional schools and about 1,800 students enrolled in our charter schools. That is a total of 13,800 students altogether. That is about 500 students below the 2024 enrollment that we observe at Census Day. Census Day is always the first Wednesday in October. In the past, usually we experience an increase in enrollment from the beginning of the year to Census Day, mostly related to the harvest and families moving into the area to work. And so we could be seeing an increase in enrollment as Census Day comes. This year is October 1st. Enrollment, however, is just about in line with the low enrollment projections that were included in our facilities master plan that we shared, we developed 3-4 years ago. So this decline is not something that we weren't expecting. It's just in line with the projections that we were working on as we were planning, for facilities in our long-term 10-year enrollment projections. And when we look at fiscal projections just year to year, the enrollment is just around what we use for both staffing allocations and for fiscal planning for this school year. So even if we have experienced this enrollment, we were preparing for it. We have staffed our school in response to what we were projecting, and all our fiscal projections are based on similar numbers. Overall, and now since we are talking about fiscal, our revenue is not based on enrollment, but is based on what is called daily average attendance. So we get paid for students that actually physically come to school and not the students that are on our roll. So there is always a little bit of difference. On average, over these first 10 days of school, we have observed a 92% attendance. That comes at around 11,070 students, and that is just in line with what we use for our LCFF projections that had 11,065 students. As you can imagine, attendance, we don't always have that number of students present, but there is always more and less students present. So usually any given day, we have a variation of about 40 students around that average. So some days we have more students, some days we have fewer. just because the day of the week, usually students tend to be absent Monday and Friday and come to school in the middle of the week. What we have observed is that from the first day of school to the 10th day of school, our ADA has been slowly increasing day to day. And I believe yesterday was our highest attendance at about 11,300 students. So our attendance has been improving as families come back, realize that school is in session, and enroll with us. Also, as part of our attendance, we have identified students who were absent during the first 3 days of school. We call this the missing students. And what we have asked all our teams is to directly make a contact or make an effort to make a contact with their families, see where they are, reminding them the school is in session, and invite them in. So this is part of our enrollment verification process and making sure that we don't drop any students if we don't know where they are. So, some students decided to enroll in a charter school, they moved district and just forget to tell us. The parents just tell us, I'm at a different school, we moved out of the area, and then we can strike them. Some families are still out of the country and they are trying to come back. And so, we keep them in and mark them absent. Some families just said, they didn't realize school is over. It's in session, so I'll be there tomorrow. Or, they tell us we have taken extended vacation. So you can think about, life situations that this family experience. I do have a little bit more details here. I really don't want to go too much into the details here. The only thing that I want to point out from this slide is an interesting pattern that you can observe in the difference between the observed enrollment and our projections. So on the left there, you have our projections, and on the right, you actually have our average enrollment or actual attendance over the past, for the first 10 days of school. To me, what strikes me is that our projections for our TK enrollments were a little bit lower. That is a highlight for me. This school year, is the first time that we are offering universal TK to everybody born on, or I always get it wrong, or before September 2nd. So TK became a full grade level this school year. Anybody, and we follow the same attendance restrictions than any other grade level. So our families are opting into TK, which is really exciting because now we get to build up our TK program. On the other hand, though, you can see that our secondary enrollment is coming in a little bit lower expectations. And so that is specifically related to our 9-12 program. And this is not unexpected. If we were projecting a decline in secondary enrollment following our decline in elementary enrollment that we've been experiencing over the past 10 years. So as our elementary students age through the system, the decline in elementary enrollment that we have experienced 5 years ago now is showing up in our high schools. So to put this into perspective, last year, our graduating class had 1,870 students. All right, so 1,800 students graduated from one of our high schools. This year, we only have about 1,650 ninth graders, right? And so we are missing about 150 students between what left last year and what we enrolled this year in ninth grade. And so, and if you multiply that, for each grade level, and, you do a little bit sliding scale, we get to about, the 150 fewer students that we are observing here. Related to this, and I know that last year when we were planning for our school reconfiguration, there were a lot of questions about facility use and capacity. So here, what I did for elementary school sites, I actually called every principal, asked them about how they are using their facility, kind of like took a little census of how we are doing. And it's a mixed bag. So we have sites where we have space for all the students, and we have some sites where space is tight, and we are using space creatively to fit all the students that they are enrolled and want to attend there. So here you can see that the schools that are right at capacity are Luther Burbank and Proctor Terrace, where pretty much all classrooms are in use. And the school team really is finding other spaces to host what I call instructional support activities. So think about your music class, PE class, where at other school sites can be offered or hosted in a real classroom. At these two sites, we are using other spaces that are not, classroom, on the facility, facility master plan. So think about the multipurpose room. So, like the music teacher is using the music, the stage in the NPR to teach a class. That's not necessarily a classroom space, but we got to use it as a classroom. Other sites are okay. This is important as we start planning for next school year and the planned reconfiguration of the still lane attendance boundary. In the back of my mind is, do we have enough space at the 3 sites that we discussed previously to absorb those, those students? It appears that we do, and then we can discuss more, like to go into the details. Similarly, for our secondary capacity use, these classroom use numbers come from a survey that our custodial team has done to look at workload. So here you can see that we have space at most sites. And as we discussed last time, we still have space concerns at 2 sites, Maria Carrillo and Santa Rosa High. If you remember, Stacy and I have identified those 2 sites have been impacted, and we closed or limited transfers, right? And so here you can see that our projections that those 2 sites will be close to capacity have been realized this school year. I really don't know what's going on with Ridgeway because I don't think they are short those many classes. I believe what's happening there is that the facilities master plan did not count every single portable that is used by the transition to adulthood program. So those 5 portables that is short here, I believe are the ones that are in use by the transition program. Somehow they weren't included in, that count in the FPM for Ridgeway, FMP. But they are still cleaned, right, and taken care of by our facilities team. So that's why those are there. It's not that we are short, but we are just, it's a counting issue there, I think.
Before we continue to the next section, let's take questions on this first data section. Trustees Oliveira and Creo, any questions? Other trustees? Trustee Prack?
I don't know if I'm going to word this correctly. So try to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So with the universal TK classes that are on every elementary school campus this year, are you counting those TK kids into one kindergarten class? So then does that limit, do you have to open up another kindergarten class for anticipated new registration kids?
Okay, if I'm following the question, and let me know if I'm off base, right? Under the law, we have certain requirements that we need to meet in order to have a kindergarten class. And, the Ed Code talks about a kindergarten complex, and it's mostly related to access to restroom facilities that are sized appropriately for small humans, right? And so usually we have interpreted that to be a kindergarten class needs to have a restroom in the class or access to a restroom within the kindergarten complex. So a restroom could be shared among 1 or 2 classrooms. So TKs follow the same requirements. So for us, opening a TK class is the same as opening a kindergarten class, but they are different grade levels.
Oh.
Staffing is also different. Kindergarten is staffed one teacher for 24 students, I believe. TK follows different staffing requirements. Again, that's in the Ed Code, where we need to have multiple adults, the more students we have in a classroom.
No, I didn't ask my
No.
question right.
So I think what you're asking is that TK is the first year of a 2-year kindergarten program.
Yeah, that is part of how the curriculum, but how standards are taught, but yes. So basically TK follows the same standards as K and student do the same.
Space-wise for planning for classrooms, all of our TKs are going to need to roll in to be assumed in a kindergarten class for next year, plus more
new enrollment.
incoming TKs.
Yes, like for space wise, for classroom space, do you have to create, I mean, projecting the additional kindergartners that wouldn't go into that one class because the TKers went into the I know I'm making this a more complicated word problem.
I understand I understand where it's coming from. It's slightly different than what you're contemplating, because that's the bubble concern within dual immersion, where we have to have them all start in the TK kinder and then the growth bubbles up, versus in non-dual immersion where we can have multiple entry points. So TK and kinder are actually not mandatory grade levels. We move into that at first, but we will have students come in and out at all the grade levels above it. We don't have the same bubble concern that we have in the dual immersion.
But if there is an influx of kindergartners and the TKers that move up into the kindergarten class, like, is there capacity to add another kindergarten class if needed?
The difference is that these TK classrooms are being added because we're now bringing students that we were already anticipating to have in kinder and first grade in earlier. We're not necessarily bringing in new students by having the TK classes.
And
that's all I need.
And I believe that question can also be resolved as the new charters. I think we are all discussing them coming up, because probably the lottery might need to be readjusted for a TK enrollment window rather than a K, right? So that's something to keep in mind as you discuss that.
Trustee Delatorre and then Trustee Medina.
So thank you very much for the report and information. Per your statement, we will have room for our Still Lane population if that campus closes as designed for next year.
I don't know if we should. So this is my napkin math here. So we have 19 classrooms that are currently in use at Still Lane. So Still Lane currently has 19 teachers. If those 19 classrooms go somewhere else, right, because the students are still with us, you could expect probably to find space. In my mind, it's about 16 new classrooms at the other sites. And I say 16 because you could imagine 20% of the student population could be absorbed by existing classrooms on those campuses, right? And so every time that we do school reconfiguration, it's not a one-to-one transfer, but usually, like as we discussed last time, it's about an 80% additional capacity at the receiving sites, because we have a little bit of room for absorbing these classes. So you could expect about 16 new rooms needed across the 3 campuses that most likely will, welcome students from Still Lane. So if you can see here, as you know, we are building 8 new classrooms net between James Monroe and Ellen Lehman, right? So out of those 16, half of those should be housed with increased capacity that's already planned, approved by the board, and being developed right now. So that leaves 8 classrooms that we still need to find space for, correct? We know that we have 7 classrooms currently used for other use at Eden Valley. So out of those 7, we could easily use 5 for classrooms, right? So now we were at 16, 8 with new constructions, 5. We might be short 3 classrooms, right? And this is where, as we have seen at the other 2 sites, Proctor Terrace and Burbank, we might need to start then thinking about use of space. And if you look at, the table here, Helen Lehman has 3 classrooms that I use for other use. James Monroe has 6. Altogether, they have an additional 9 classrooms. We really need to just house 3. So that is my math, basically saying we have 16 classrooms that we need to find space for. We should have space for about 20, 21 classrooms. At least on paper, it appears that we have enough space. Now, as we plan, and this is part of the planning and the boundaries, we need to make sure that as we develop those boundaries, students are assigned to the schools where we actually have the space, right? And so that's kind of like the work that we have in front of us, but we should have enough space.
So on paper, I hear you, and your math is better than mine, and I trust it and I appreciate it. But I went to 10 elementary sites last week, and they're completely impacted. So we don't have enough space at the 10 schools we have right now. We're having some issues with our restrooms and other facility needs on those campuses. The practitioners are saying loud and clear, we're really scared of where we're going to put these 400 other students next year. It's got to be more than on paper it might work. So we've got to really be thinking right now on how it's going to actually work. And I need more than it should work. We need to have a plan that it's going to work, because the growing pains we're going through right now, I really don't want to go through that and compound it next year by closing the campus we said we're going to close.
And Trustee De La Torre, I think that's exactly why staff wanted to come forward tonight with this information, is to make sure we have that conversation. So I'm going to go to Trustee Medina, and then I'll come back over here.
Few questions. First, in terms of classrooms and use, I think you alluded to custodians or maintenance. I'm curious, when did they determine this number, and what defines a classroom in this context? Is it something being used by a teacher to teach? Because I'm concerned about some of these numbers that I think some of these rooms might be used for other services that we provide students that might not be counted as a classroom in use. And so I'm trying to clarify that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I can speak a little bit about that. So for the elementary, because we had the same concern, I made sure to call every single principal and we discuss and say, I have this document that shows that you have, let's take Helen Lehman, 22 rooms in use, right?
20 what?
22, right? In the prior version. As we were talking, Helen Lehman has 19 teachers with students every day, and 3 classrooms that are still classroom that are being used, but not every day in a regular classroom. So like if you think about one room is used by the PE teacher does not have like a roster that, they see 24 students all day, right? They see pretty much every single student. They rotate students in and out. The other classroom is used by their music teacher. Same thing, right? They are this, teacher that sees every student in the school. They don't have necessarily a class. And the other room is used for community trainings, right? So it's a community room that parents can use in case there is a parent training or parent class, right? So custodial needs is 22 rooms, but actual classrooms is 19, right?
I see you did that with the elementaries, but not with the high schools or
Exactly.
middle schools?
I've not done the same work for the secondary classrooms because this was focused on the still lane conversation as we have not, big changes planned for the secondary as, a full reconfiguration.
And we're going to get into the reconfiguration part in the next section, but more questions on the data, Trustee Kirby?
So regarding capacity for next year, I know that one thing that didn't really come up yet was we had talked about repurposing some of our portables and moving them. And I know that Director Oden just a couple weeks ago talked, I know that there are already plans in place, particularly at Burbank, to move some portables. I think maybe you can clarify 2 or 3, I think, over there. And then Hidden Valley, we're also looking at potentially I think that's where the board needs to decide. We're also waiting for the results of the trenching study and then deciding how many potential portables we can move there. But that also requires time, DSA approval and everything, which we need to do at this point, basically. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a really good point. So I also had this conversation with Director Oden. We are at a point where we really need to take a look at our lots, right? That we, and say, where do we have empty space that can be used for additional capacity? Some lots are fully built up. So pretty much, the option to bring in a new portables is not possible. The only thing that's left for us is to build up. So adding floors on top of whatever is there, right? We have other lots that instead still have empty space that can be developed with portables. And the two sites that you mentioned, Burbank and Eden Valley, both have some empty space that could be developed. As you mentioned, Hidden Valley, we are still waiting for the report. Burbank, we don't have the same concern, but that's something that we definitely discussed, especially given the impact at Burbank of, the enrollment impact on that site. Yeah.
And also, just as we move forward, since I know that we are trying to get through this, I call it a bubble, but when we shrink and then we're at max capacity, and then with the potential down the road, we're looking at enrollment dropping off, things will ease a bit. But during this next 2 to 3 years, on not only with these portables that we bring in, but we've been hearing that the schools are impacted for space for IEPs as well, for people to have space to have a safe space to get away from all the a potential, without having to share classrooms, I guess what I'm saying. So we need to increase as much capacity as we can in a small time frame, and portables may be the way to do that to get us through the short term.
And it's not lost to me, like the toll that this takes, especially on our teachers and families, when you go to a space, to a school, and you don't have a space to meet for your IEP, right? Or you need to wait in line for the other IEP to finish because, right? And it's, sometimes it's, sound like, the numbers guy, it's not lost to me. At the same time, right, we need to take a look at this kind of like clinically and say, can we make this work, right? And, it's choices, and sometimes we need to make tough choices, given, the hand we have.
Well, and as Dr. Bardelli is sharing, when we consider capacity of a school, we can't only consider the instructional spaces. It's the space for the services that have to be provided in order to really help students achieve their full potential. And we have to look through both lenses. The space for our meetings to be held, our counselors and our school-based therapists, that has to be a part of this consideration with an equal focus. But that right now, this is looking at the instructional space. It's not an ignored part of the process. That's just a secondary piece, not less important.
So I have a question on the data, because we've been talking about this demographic, whatever the inverse of a bubble is, having fewer students, but this looks to me like we're starting to see an hourglass with our TK3 enrollment now starting to have a noticeable expansion. So we also need to be anticipating that if that is a trend, we're then going to have that bubble coming up. Is that consistent with what you're seeing in this data?
I'm not a demographer, so I'm going to put it up.
Well, we have a demographic study coming in a few months.
Yes,
but
so my only thing, as a lay member of the public, and so, take my opinion as you wish, is that 2020 was 5 years ago. And 5 years old go to TK and K. And so I don't know if we are going to see a COVID bump in, children, or if this is, turning off the tide of our community, and we are going to see an increase in fertility rate going forward. I think it's probably a temporary blip. That's my opinion, as, some do. So don't take it.
Well,
but
and
that's my.
I'm just looking at the numbers on here, and the
Yeah.
spreadsheet says that. And I want to move us a little bit here. So for context on this conversation, I think sometimes because we agendize individual items on our agenda, it feels like this is our opportunity to talk about this topic, and then it goes by. But the intent of this item is that this is the beginning of a multitude of processes, because we're getting ahead of these things,
Yeah.
because we don't want to be here in February making decisions. So
Yeah.
we're receiving this data without solutions because we're doing it earlier and we're having the conversation earlier.
That's correct. My hope tonight is to get direction for, bring more items in the future for the board, probably for action or more discussion, so that, we can get to a point where we can make a decision probably, mid-November, probably, as, interdistrict transfer close, so that Stacy and I can have. an
Perfect. So
idea of-
further questions on the data before we move to the boundaries? Trustee Medina?
I think just as you look further into the other uses, I think if maybe it could be broken down to like services, or I'm thinking of something like maybe restricted use, like what comes up to mind, like some CT classroom, like a culinary room that
Yeah.
could only be used for something specific. And I don't know how this is captured, but there's all the work tied to community schools and that grant, and what spaces will be required for that maybe is not being included in this, and that we maybe should capture.
Yeah, that's a good point. Currently, it's captured in a comment, but you can see my comments on my Google spreadsheet.
Excellent. All right, let's move the presentation to boundaries.
Sorry, can I piggyback on that before we move on? Sorry, I'm not there in person.
It's
in-
Mr. Oden.
To piggyback on.
Very briefly,
your-
Eric.
To piggyback on Director Desidery's comment too, that a lot of, going back to elementary, a lot of those rooms are needed for those extra ancillary spaces. So when we look at this sheet and we're talking about classroom use, all those other ancillary uses then go away. So that's something that we really have to look at. And that's why we wanted to kind of talk about this, because we are running out of room to house non-classroom uses.
Hey, I think you are echoing the concerns I'm hearing from everyone in the room, so thank you.
All right. So, elementary schools, this is really an open discussion. I don't have really anything prepared beside props. So this is our current attendance boundary approved for the 2025-2026 school year. And this is what we have used to assign students currently to their elementary school of residence. If you see the blue area here in the middle of town, this is the attendance boundary for Still Lane Elementary School. Our current operating plan, is that for 2026-2027, Still Lane will be reconfigured between Hidden Valley, James Monroe, and Ellen Lehman. And they are respectively in green, gold, and yellow. The question that we really want to talk about today is, as we focus on this attendance boundary, how do we want to assign this? And is there any scenarios that you would like to see run? If you don't know, like the area of town is right by, Cotton Town, it's cut enough by 101. There is, West Still Lane, Gurnville Road, and Still Lane to the west, right? So there could be some geographic markers that we can use, mostly 101, Gurnville Road, West Still Lane, to kind of assign these neighborhoods to, Eden Valley, James Monroe, and Ellen Lima respectively. That would, in my mind is what would make sense, but I'm open to more discussion.
Trustee De La Torre?
Is it worth discussing the potential of breaking the current still lane boundary up between more campuses opposed to just the 3? And including a diversion for some of those students to go to Proctor Terrace, like even if it was up through Still Lane, just can we run that scenario and see what that would look like? Because it is a lot of students. We're all talking about space. We're all talking about need for space. If we can take those students and disperse them among more campuses, maybe that makes it easier. Maybe it doesn't. I know there
Of
might be
course.
some room to build at Proctor Terrace.
My only concern about Proctor Terrace is that we are already at capacity as is right now, but there might be some other dominoes, right? Where we say we are going to move Proctor Terrace attendance boundary, and let me go back, I don't want to jump too much, but to the north a little bit, right? And then we could shift some of the southern part of Proctor Terrace to Luther Burbank and Lincoln, right? So there could be kind of like a rearrangement of boundaries. Because we do have space at Lincoln. And so that's another thing to keep in mind is that Lincoln, we would have more space there if we want to move attendance there.
So my initial instinct, and we had, when we originally approved these, the intent was that Proctor Terrace, Luther Burbank, and Lincoln's boundaries would be quote unquote stable. And then the other ones would be the ones fluctuating in year 2. My concern about changing Proctor Terrace and Lincoln, where we clearly hit the right number for their capacity, is that then we're potentially having neighborhoods flip-flopping and going through multiple changes over a 3-year period. But because of what we see on this table with Lincoln, I think having Lincoln get included into the potential year 2 boundary changes would be something that would be good to see. And then also recognizing that our anticipated direction for Comstock is no longer something that we need to do. So that's now a facility in our elementary district that could be a part of this conversation as well.
Yeah, the only caveat about the conversation, as you keep in mind, is that as we were talking about the kindergarten complex, if we offer TK or K, we also need to have restroom facilities that can serve those students. So we currently don't have those facilities available just because it was a middle school. So just keep in mind that in order to turn Comstock into a full elementary, we'll need to build restrooms, and restrooms need piping, and piping needs time. So it's not going to happen overnight. Now, there might be, we could, play around with some plans that maybe don't require a TKK complex, right? And so that's, I don't know if you want to go there, but, kind of like as we start thinking about, is there a way to use the facilities as an elementary campus without that? And that, could be something else we could explore if there's any interest.
Trustee Prack?
Well, the south side of the Comstock campus where CCLA does have kindergarten bathrooms because that's where the campus CCLA first started. So there's bathrooms there, unless somebody took them out.
I thought they were portables.
No.
No,
They
they were converted and now they're special ed bathrooms because that's who's there now. But they're not part of a kindergarten complex. And that's really the key CDE portion. It doesn't count for charter schools the same way it does for gen ed.
The challenge is that charter schools don't follow the same rules as a traditional school site does. And so CCLA, for example, can be in a space that does not meet the requirements that our traditional elementary schools need to follow. And so we are in this weird spot where the old Comstock, location for CCLA met the requirements for them to offer kindergarten. But if we turn that same campus into a traditional elementary school, we won't be able to offer the same programs. I don't know if it makes sense. And
So
that includes facilities.
I don't think we're
and-
looking to discern the final solution tonight.
No,
We're
no,
looking to
exactly.
say what's on the table.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
think,
I just want to make
yeah,
sure we do that.
so I think we need to have the Comstock facility on the table.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's the final solution. Same with Lincoln, same with the Proctor conversation. I think, go to Director De La Torre.
As we're putting things on the table for discussion, then we need to discuss charter opportunities at the Comstock campus if it's different than traditional opportunities, if that's going to make something work better. We need to discuss everything that may or may not be available to see what could work. What if we created a TK through K charter community and now had a different discussion? We just need to know what all the different options are and what's feasible. And we know it's limited space and it's limited time, but let's start looking at this across the board and just see what the difference is and if anything's possible. And yes, we might need to move some boundaries but just to remind everybody on this DS and in the room, as we have this discussions of Comstock, the community was very against sending their students to a super elementary.
Yep.
So we want to stay away from that as well, because we already heard from our families that they're not going to send their students there.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Keeping this on the boundaries discussion, I think based on the data that was presented on room availability, it seems like the only logical thing is you got to change a lot of the boundaries and shift everything down. Like, Steel Lane going towards maybe Monroe and Helen Lehman, and what's a lot of Helen Lehman going into Lincoln, and maybe even some of that Luther Burbank part, even going a little more of that going to Lincoln, since Lincoln seems to have like the most space. But I think somebody mentioned earlier that's about 400 students at Steel Lane, and yeah, you're gonna need to do some drastic shifts, and it'll probably involve changing this map a lot. And then I know that I think it was mentioned something about having schools change maps, more than a couple of times over this 2-3 year period, but it's, I don't know, to me, it's what seems logical to do.
Sounds like we have scenarios that we need to have come back within the scope of these options that were discussed. I would just add in that if we have also an understanding of transfers between any of these schools, that should be a part of that analysis. I am going to go ahead and move the discussion to the next part of the boundaries discussion.
The next map that they have for you tonight is our secondary preliminary boundaries that were approved for the 2026-2027 school year. If you remember the conversation we had on February, when was it, 24th? We discussed of pretty much Santa Rosa High School taking over the southwest attendance boundary from Elsie Allen, and offered these 4 high school setup for next school year.
So I want to remind the board that we had discussed and acknowledged that we were going to revisit the secondary boundaries for alignment to the feeder districts, which had not been something there was time to do during the creation of these maps. And then since then, there's been discussion around specific areas, including Mark West, Coffee Park, and some other elements of this to come back. I don't think we need to repeat those because we've expressed them before as a board. So if there's anything involving these 4 districts that we want to discuss, now is the opportunity.
Yeah, so especially since you brought up the Mark West Rincon Valley Unified Boundary. I don't know specifically where it is, but it's somewhere up here in the mountains. There is a mountain ridge that comes down this way, and the boundary comes from here, which is the city limit at Fountain Grove, and it goes straight up north, somewhere up here. So currently, the boundary for Maria Carrillo includes some of the eastern part of Mark West that is to the east of, this is Mark West Creek Road. Pretty much it's all mountain area. very sparsely populated, so we don't have many students living up here. Then Marquest, takes over from this mountain ridge down all the way to, pretty much the railroad, which is this line that cuts the town like this. So that is kind of like, if you want to think about the Marquest area, goes from somewhere up here in the mountains all the way down, through Marquest proper, through to the railroad, and then Pioneer Olivet takes over somewhere in
And
there.
those are scenarios that we had already said we wanted to look at. So I think-
Exactly.
So is
Yeah.
there additional things that we want to be looking at that exceeds what we had already discussed that we'd be doing?
Mhm.
Yeah, Trustee Prack.
Well, because I'm new, so one, why is Carrillo the state of Alaska? And then all of us other 3 schools are smaller, and then where is Elsie Allen? Is that?
Very, very, the eastern part of our district is all mountains. So it's basically Calistoga, like the Calistoga Road that goes over the mountain ridge towards Napa County. So pretty much most of our students actually live right here, which is in Rincon Valley proper and along Highway 12, in Kenwood. So yes, it's a very big attendance boundary. It's mostly trees and rocks, right? So they don't go to school. So it's big, right? But it's not students, right? Yes.
There are
squirrel
bigger
population is-
houses over there.
There are houses, but very few students in there. And so for us to get enough population to fill a school, it has to be that large, essentially.
Yeah.
Why Santa Rosa and Pioneer are smaller because there's more buildings?
That's correct. Most of our students come, unsurprisingly from downtown. And it's right, this little area here, it's where, we produce pretty much 50% of our students. So that's why we can have a very small attendance boundary for Santa Rosa High School and, to an extent, Montgomery, and still have, 1,200, 1,300 students being generated because it's, dense. Anything on the outskirt, right? It's the mountains up here. It's the marsh here between Sebastopol and, Santa Rosa. It's down here is the undeveloped land. It's a park, Taylor Mountain Park, thank you. And then the undeveloped area up here where the airport is, right? So it's pretty much open fields. So, even Pioneer, if you think about it, most of their students come from the development right around it. Elsie Allen is becoming a school of choice, potentially next school year. So they will operate without an attendance boundary, and families from everywhere in the district can attend it, right? And so they won't have a traditional attendance area, but they will become a school of choice that parents can enroll in and choose to attend.
What do you mean by a school of choice? Because I see that there's no boundary for them, but that's my area.
So.
And I know that might be another discussion.
Yeah, so there's a broader discussion, but the reason it's not on the map is that as it's transitioning to a school of choice, a student that is in need of that program style, the project-based learning program style that they're developing, may be referred in or apply to go there from anywhere within our district. And then there is a neighborhood preference similar to the CCLA neighborhood preference that's been built in. So if you are a student that lives in that neighborhood, you'll actually end up with having the choice to go to either, in this case, with this current scenario, Santa Rosa High, or go to Elsie Allen's program. So that was a part of the actions that we took. And we should get you a larger briefing on those actions with it and what all of it was. But that's how that's set up. So they have a right to go to Elsie, they have a right to go to Santa Rosa, and then students from throughout the district would have a right to apply to go to Elsie.
Okay, I have 10 more questions, but we're not going to talk about it here.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. I think one of the things that I wanted to see as it related to this is these map areas, kind of like you had shown in the past, the number of students that live within it. tied to the capacity of each of the campuses. I think, for example, this Santa Rosa High School area, a lot of the middle schoolers that are kind of in there now, I think are going to Pioneer, right? Or I mean Comstock. So looking at where Santa Rosa High School is now, what this map means, and capacity, I think it's really important as part of that discussion.
Yes, and that's a very good point. And I didn't bring the middle school map. And where it's a little bit awkward this school year specifically is that the middle school map for Santa Rosa Junior High School specifically is different from the attendance map of Santa Rosa High School. So the 7th and 8th grade assignment is different from the 9-12 assignment, specifically for the Roseland School District. Because when we were developing these maps, we didn't want students to move twice if when Comstock moves to Pioneer, and we know that that attendance area would have gone to Santa Rosa High anyways, we allowed middle schoolers to move ahead of time. And so we had a kind of like a different speed map just for the Santa Rosa Junior High, specifically as it relates to the Roseland neighborhood, just because that is where most of the students are. So that is the only thing as it relates specifically to middle school assignments here. And I know there were some, like planning ahead of this move.
So just to be clear, you're saying that 26, 27 has an additional set of maps for middle school that's different than?
No, for this school year.
For this
For
year, okay,
25,
okay.
26, we let the middle schoolers move ahead into Santa Rosa Junior, even if they were historically attending Comstock. So there was this move ahead time in preparation of the move of the Comstock program as a Pioneer Junior High School.
It was one of the transfer priorities. And
Exactly.
Right. And we did a similar model with the families that are attending Steel Lane, because there were some families who, knowing that they had 1 year left at Steel Lane, opted to go to the school that will become theirs rather than staying at Steel Lane for 1 more year. So we used that same approach at a variety of age bands.
And my next question is tied to, so right now when someone goes to our district website,
Mhm.
they go to the school locator for 26, 27. They look at, let's say they live in this Santa Rosa High School area and they put in their school. Obviously, it's going to say Santa Rosa High School.
Yep.
With the school of choice, how do people know that?
Yeah.
And is that going to pop up for every school, no matter where you put your address? Is it going to show you LC Allen High School as an option?
That's a good point. So I
think we need that to come back as a separate item and actually dig into how all that's going to work, because that's a very big question that goes into the
Yes.
whole model, which is not, I'm going to open public comment and then bring it back to the board.
Can I just ask a question? This is part of my struggle with developing exactly the southwest boundary. As you can see, and this probably is way in the weeds, but there is this boundary here. Right now goes all the way to Santa Rosa Ave, and this is planned to flip. And I don't know if that's a good decision, and I don't know enough about this area to really make a decision. And I don't know if you want to see, the boundary to go straight down 101, if, the railroad is okay, if we want to take, Santa Rosa Ave. I know this is way out there in the weeds for 10 p.m., but I also don't know what would be.
Do I have a
preference
motion to
there.
extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
Move to extend till 10:30.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? All right, we'll extend to 10:30. I'm going to open up for public comment and then bring your question back. I want to get the public's comments in before we start giving you all the questions. We're going to start with Angel Ortega. We'll then go to Aaron Matthews, followed by Emma Thompson, and we'll do 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, Board and Cabinet. My name is Angel Ortega, and I'm a proud office staffer, softball, girls soccer, and cheer coach at LC Allen. First, thanks for the new paint job. The change is felt as compliments have been said from students, current and alum alike, parents, and staff. That said, with the prospect of LC Allen being converted from a comprehensive high school to a magnet charter school, I wanted to address my concerns to you, Board and Cabinet. Open enrollment is right around the corner, and our transition will take place in literally less than a year. And yet, it has been crickets from our leadership in terms of support that will be provided for LC Allen for the following school year. Your absence and silence gives the impression that you want nothing to do with LC Allen, our students, our families, and our community. So I implore you all to serve as educational leaders and step up. Don't leave Southwest Santa Rosa stranded and show up for LC Allen. And Donna, I do genuinely look forward to your visit next week. I'll see you soon enough, Board. Thank you.
Aaron Matthews, followed by Emma Thompson, followed by Kathy Hayes.
Hello, my name is Erin Matthews. I'm a substitute teacher as well as a parent at Proctor Terrace Elementary. This year, as we hoped, Proctor has grown. We have grown to include around 100 new and beautiful faces. We are thrilled that so many families want to come to Proctor. Our community is better because of it. But with this also comes growing pains. Currently, every inch of our school is occupied. The classrooms are overflowing. The addition of the RISE classes, with the addition of the RISE classes, the average classroom size is skewed. Those programs use 2 classrooms. However, the numbers of students in each class is between 5 and 10. So on paper, it may appear that 440 students fit into our classrooms. However, in reality, the reality is that we can't accommodate the 439 that we have. Our speech teacher is working in a closet. One of our RSP classes is having to make do in a room that is maybe a third of the size of a regular classroom. There are 11 other professionals sharing 3 teeny tiny offices. There is not a single space for teachers to use for student assessments. Our PE teacher no longer has access to a classroom. Therefore, on rainy days, the balance of indoor PE and indoor meal times is not feasible, as the MPR cannot accommodate both. We got just a taste of what rainy days will look like yesterday, and let me tell you, it was not a pretty sight. We don't have a covered eating area, so the MPR is the only option for meal times, and there is no other place for PE to happen. How is that going to work? Despite having staggered meal times, we don't have enough seating for the students in the eating areas, especially when it comes to the upper grades. The overcrowding experienced at mealtime is not safe. The supervision at these times is also an issue. We don't have enough supervision. In fact, due to staffing cuts, we have less supervision this year than we had last, despite increasing enrollment by 100 students. Our school counselor and other staff are often pulled to provide supervision. That means students are not receiving the counseling and other support that they need. When one of the few adults supervising is absent, we're stuck as all hands are already on deck. Safety is a top priority for our school and the district. However, we are not meeting that standard. With all of this said, I want to compliment the Proctor Terrace administration, staff, and teachers for doing their best to make Proctor an outstanding school despite the challenges at hand. It really is a special school that the community holds close to their hearts. We, as a school, would like to invite you to come observe. I guarantee you'll see the need for greater support and space, and this will become a priority for you as it is for me. This is a problem now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emma Thompson, followed by Kathy Hayes.
I'll wait until cell phones are put away, please. Thank you. I'd like to start off by first saying thank you for whoever was in charge of having LC Allen painted. It really does make a difference to our staff and our students. But what I'm really here to say is that I would like to talk about the lack of support that we are getting at LC Allen as a new magnet school. From the looks and the feel of things right now, it seems that you, the district and the board, the cabinet, have not made any active progress in supporting Elsie Allen in this new position that we hold. When other schools have been changed to charter and magnet schools in the district, they saw support in form of student enrollment and marketing. We are not seeing that at Elsie Allen. I would like to know what your actionable next steps are so that we can get support and enrollment as a new magnet school. I look forward to hearing from you and seeing these actions put in place. I'd be more than happy to have a conversation with anyone involved. Because of the looks and the lack of action, it looks that you, the board and the cabinet, are okay with Elsie Allen fizzling out. You are okay with us closing. It looks like you are okay with Elsie Allen no longer being a school and part of the Santa Rosa City School District. I really hope that you will prove me wrong, and I hope to see these actionable steps before open enrollment on October 1st. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kathy Hayes?
Two things, just one real quick. The facility numbers, I'm glad to hear that there wasn't an outreach to principals at the high school level because those numbers, at least for Elsie Allen, are not correct. Based upon my counts, we have about 58 classrooms in use for teaching, not 48, about 8 classrooms in use for supportive functions or part of rented space on the campus. So fleshing that out for high school would be super, super important when you're looking at facility needs. Secondly, I'm just here to ask you to support the decision you made regarding Elsie Allen earlier this year. You directed that Elsie Allen become a school of choice. You directed that become a 7-12 campus. We're 2.5 weeks from the start of open enrollment. And to my knowledge, except for some preliminary conversations with directors and cabinet and marketing plans that site is creating. We're not marketing professionals, last time I looked. There's been little to no support from the district. We just want to be provided the same resources that were made available when other schools of choice came online in this district. We just ask that you support the decision that you all made and support us in helping us make it happen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. With that, I'm going to bring the conversation back to the presentation. Noting the comments, it seems very clear that we need to have a future item that's on specifically the transition at Elsie and is fully noticed. So we will get that onto the agenda in a sooner fashion. And I would also refer us back to the discussion on the 4x4 schedule and the success that's been going into that work at Elsie. So thank you for showing up. We do see you. We'll get that agendized so we can fully have the conversation up here. And with that, though, I want to return, Emmanuel, to your question about the boundaries and what you need from us. So if you could repeat it.
Oh, it's my turn. Sure, sorry.
I mean, I have ideas, but I want to repeat your question and then get the feedback from us, and then we'll go.
Yeah, let me take a look because I think I also have some notes. So let's just check for understanding for a couple of minutes. So the MarkWest area, and then we can work from north to south. You would like to see it follow the elementary feeder district, or would you rather see the historical split of MarkWest between an island that they used to go to Santa Rosa High and then the other area going to Maria Carrillo? So do we want to roll back the boundary, or do we want to move the boundary up so that all of MarkWest goes to Pioneer?
Can you present all of these questions? And I'm
Yes.
going to go to all of us to give him full feedback.
And I can, present different kind of maps on, what I'm talking about because there
But
is.
right now,
area
can you
is
just
a little
highlight the
bit tough.
areas that you're specifically thinking about?
Yeah, so this is the detail, right? As I was saying, MarkWest goes all the way up the hill, this way here. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
West. I'm kind of think like a teacher. I think I need to point this way if. So, right, and then MarkWest currently is all assigned to Pioneer High School. Historically, MarkWest was split into two. There was the town going to Santa Rosa High, and the hills to the east going to Maria Carrillo. So what this map did, took the boundary of Pioneer and moved it to the east to subsume the area that was assigned to Santa Rosa High and Carrillo and assigned it to Pioneer. So what I can bring back is the historical MarkWest assignment to Santa Rosa High and Maria Carrillo, and I can, pretty much flip-flop this area and say, okay, all of MarkWest goes to Pioneer, or all of MarkWest goes to Maria Carrillo. And we can look at those 4 scenarios maybe.
We'll give you feedback if you want to go through the rest of the scenarios you want feedback on.
The other change that was made, and I know we didn't really have time to talk about this, was the Santa Rosa High School in-town change. So historically, Santa Rosa served the full boundary of, or the full city limits, which includes pretty much the whole Fountain Grove neighborhood. This map, as it currently is, assigns these neighborhoods to Maria Carrillo, up to Gurnville Road, I think here is Steel Lane, and then coming down, there is the rural cemetery. It's not Cheney there. It's I want to say Franklin. Thank you. I said west, but sorry, my brain. Franklin Avenue, right? And so that becomes the separation between these 2 neighborhoods. And this is a big change, right? Because historically, these neighborhoods were a core of Santa Rosa High because they were part of the city limits. Now there is this split. And then on the south side, as I was mentioning, my struggle is really what to do with these neighborhoods that are between the railroad tracks and 101, and how do we want to split this? If you think about where this population is distributed in this little, slice of town, everybody lives pretty much along 101, either on Santa Rosa Ave on this side, and I know Moreland, I think it's called on this other side, right? And so, that decision, like it doesn't really matter, down here because it's not much populated and it's mostly empty land. So the decision down here is really what to do with these neighborhoods, right? And so historically, all of this used to attend Elsie Allen, and I think the boundary was right here at ULUPA.
So I'm going to ask each trustee to respond to that request. I'm going to start down here and move down. So Trustee Carrillo, do you have any? Nope. Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much. So I would like to see the MarkWest return to the historic boundary of the MarkWest Larkfield going to Carrillo. That is the #1 concern I've received from all of my constituents in that area, is that they've moved into that neighborhood. All of their siblings went to Carrillo. They want their family to continue to go to Carrillo. And going from Larkfield Wickiup to Carrillo is a much shorter distance than to go from there to Pioneer. So historically, you go up MarkWest Road to Reebly and you're at Carrillo, and Wallace Road or from Fountain Grove. I'd also like to see everything Highway 12 north in the Santa Rosa boundary be shifted to Pioneer. If that would work or not, because right now it's showing all Santa Rosa. When I went to Pioneer, I lived on West 9th. All of my friends that I grew up with in elementary school that went to Cook historically, they lived in the Fulton, West 3rd, Copperfield neighborhoods, and they all went to Pioneer. So that had shifted at some point. So there are shifts, and I know there's reasons why. I'm just letting you know my thoughts on what these look like, if we can look at it. And I'm not sure about the neighborhoods with the south of Santa Rosa. I'm just letting you know what I have related to when I'm speaking to our constituents with, or what they're asking me most for. And I think it would really be helpful to look at numbers of students in these areas, so we really know what populations you're trying to work with, so we can make better informed decisions.
Yeah, there are some very big developments along Highway 12 there, right? Right around West College, where there are like 1,000 students. So we really need to be careful because moving that may really lopsided one side versus the other. So this is going to be a tightrope anyways, and so there might be some tweaking that we need to do here and there.
Yeah, and those are just suggestions from
Yeah,
things that I've
of
seen
course.
work in the past and for what I'm hearing community ask about.
Trustee Kirby?
I would also like to see that Larkfield area back in the Maria Creo. I know Maria Creo is fairly impacted. So again, with the numbers, just want to make sure that there is room to move them if that's what we're going to do. That southern boundary of the Moreland, again, I don't know how many families are impacted by that. It makes more sense to me to kind of have the 101 go to Santa Rosa. That just kind of makes more sense in my mind.
And then also the Santa Rosa High Central boundary up towards the.
So the Santa Rosa High. So I guess if you're trying to make room for the Larkfield people into the Maria Creo, then maybe it makes sense to, increase that Santa Rosa boundary on the northern part of that, right? To take some of those away from Creo to make room for the Larkfield. Is that kind of what you're thinking is?
And, and we can bring different scenarios, now attached with actually enrollment numbers, right? So that we can kind of start to get a sense of what we are looking at, especially as we start, in my mind, my goal is to balance the attendance between our 4 schools, right? We don't want a school with 3,000 potential students and a school with 1,100, right? Because that does not work well.
Right.
If we have, 10,000 students for high schools, there should be, 2,500 at each high school.
We have 5 high schools.
4 neighborhood high schools. We have 6 high schools, actually. Yep. So, Trustee Prack?
I'm a visual learner, so I can't do that with my imagination, but I just want to make sure that the student distribution is equitable, and then that we're also putting into consideration that by the time that this gets implemented, we're considering all the middle school students that will be on the high school campuses and, the concern with impactment.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. I think one of the important things that Ms. Thompson highlighted is that open enrollment starts October 1st. And in terms of, I believe you're in charge of the school locator, is that correct?
That's correct.
So in terms of what people see there, and around the boundaries are, again, going back to, is the plan to show LC Allen for all of the addresses in the district boundaries?
I think we need a board action on that, or I can just do it. Doesn't really matter.
One of the things that we are currently working on is the messaging, similar to how we messaged the adjustments that were decided last spring. When those adjustments have been finalized, we communicated directly to families if they were impacted by a direct boundary change. We sent messages that because of where you live, you were formerly associated with this school, you are now at this school, and here are some of your options. Our goal is, once we have the finalized decisions about how these boundaries are going to fall out, we would do that same level of messaging. And like we did last year, if there is an impact to the open enrollment window that unfairly puts families at a disadvantage because there was a decision that didn't allow them the same capacity of time, we would adjust the open enrollment window to allow families the opportunity to thoughtfully consider how they're being impacted.
What is currently the open enrollment window? October 1st
It
through
is
what?
currently October 1st through November 15th. That's our traditional window, providing families ample time to make that decision. And last year, we adjusted the charter window to match that. So you didn't have families applying in October and then other families applying in December and trying to balance that. But like we did last year, if the decisions made need to require a reopening of window or an adjustment to that window timeline, because all of that is driven by our administrative regulations, we have the capacity to be able to do that to honor the needs of our families.
So October 1st is 15 working days away. Very short time. It seems like there's a lack of clarity. I don't hear clarity on the school locator. I hear you're working on messaging. I don't know how that messaging is working with the sites. I do worry, again, on this school of choice, because it seems like, as was mentioned, the support isn't necessarily there. I wonder, with 7 and 8 becoming a part of that, what is the choice? I hear a lot of talk about PBL, but if you don't even have 7 and 8, what are the PBL programs that are going to be the magnets for that choice? Like, what causes you to choose that? And I really would like to know, like, realistically, does the district staff feel that you're ready and have enough time to actually do this effectively and without disparaging a lot of people and families in our community?
So in the interest of staff being actually prepared to present that information and the board being able to talk about it, because we need to agendize it, I think we've heard and agreed that we're going to agendize this conversation. Do you have any comments specifically on the 4 maps in front of you and the question at hand?
Yeah, like, again, 15 days from now, open enrollment, people should be able to see accurate information right now if they're going to be making educated decisions. What's going on the school locator as it's tied to this decision? That's tied to these boundaries and these maps and the decisions that these people need to make starting on October 1st. And then there's a 45-day period. I don't even know that all this information could be ready on our end within that period, much less effectively communicated to the
Let's
community.
bring the
So our
item
next
back.
meeting is September 24th. I imagine this should be a major focus of that meeting. I would hope so, because if not, I think it's extremely irresponsible of this board and our district.
So we'll bring this item back, and Director O'Connor and all the people we have working on this will be prepared to present.
Well,
Right now,
and it is
yeah.
important to recognize that the boundary choices that were approved last year are already currently
Yeah.
in the school locator. So it is currently prepared with the choices that were approved by the board last spring.
But it's not including the choice for Elsion to be a part of everybody. That's not included in the locator. Nowhere at any point does an address that you type in bring up Elsion as a choice. So I agree that these 4 do, but that choice does not pop up for any.
If we can include how choice schools, all 5 of them, handle their enrollment as a part of that update, we should do that as well. For right now, I'm going to move this conversation to the topic at hand. My feedback on these maps for the historic area up in the Mark West, I think historic options similar to Trustee Delatorre's request is important. I'd also like to see a district boundary alignment option. I think that was one of the commitments we made during the original element of this, is we would look at an option that kept feeder district boundaries consistent with the schools they were going to keep friends together. So I think we need to see both of those. For the Santa Rosa core area discussion, walkability is a key element of that. We definitely need to expand back up to get the elements up by Proctor Terrace and those areas where students and families are accustomed to be able to walk to their school, to not have to then drive a significant distance. So, whether that's the historic boundary or there's another way to evaluate that, we need a walkability option for the core area there. I hear Director De La Torre's request about a Highway 12 North Piner. I'd add in an option where we actually look at a Hearn to the current boundary, Santa Rosa High boundary, with a Hearn South option that could look at Hearn basically feeding to the freeway to Montgomery in order to accommodate those changes we just discussed at the northern and northeastern end. And I think those numbers were looking relatively good in the allocations in there. I think that captures everyone's feedback for you and the input on it. At this point, we're at 10:15. Any final comments?
I have a request. As we prepare to bring it back, can we, as board members, maybe be given a link, kind of like you had before, where we could play with a map and see the boundaries or what exists, so we could see that capacity information that was provided before based off a site? And I think if it's coming back, also requesting that, assuming it's the 24th, the materials that are being communicated to families, what's the budget, how's it going to be spread, who's doing what, all that information, I think will be critical to know. Whatever marketing materials are being used at that 1 week before open enrollment opens.
And with that, and Director De La Torre, do you have last request?
So again, we cannot reiterate this enough. We're 2 weeks away from our next board meeting. We have not properly communicated. I think what everybody's most worried about is the current LC Allen families don't feel like they can go somewhere and see that they're allowed to stay at LC Allen. And if we have families going to Santa Rosa because that's what the boundary pops up, then they're worried that we're going to lose too many students and they're not going to know that LC Allen's an option. So that's it. When we get the presentation, we're looking for ways to make sure that we are effectively and efficiently letting families and communities know that LC Allen is most definitely an option, and these are all the great things that are on that campus waiting for you.
Yep. And the action was already taken. We don't need to revisit it. And every one that was in the historic LC district has a priority to go to LC Allen next year. So that doesn't require us hearing that again. That's the fact. So let's make sure that's clearly communicated. With that, I want to recognize that this process is not, this is the intended and what we said we were going to do process of looking at adjusting these boundaries after we completed the consolidation and got to a place where we could do it. And it was intended to be based around these other minor, alignments with feeder districts. So I want to make sure we're staying within the scope of the intended work plan that we can do in the time that we've allocated for it. Any final comments, Superintendent August?
I will just say that, yes, we are actually working with our teams on what that marketing should look like. So I don't want people to think that there's nothing been done. But yes, but in the scheme of everything else that we've had, there has not been enough time to communicate everything that we would like. But agreed that Elsie is, what in our conversation about messaging for those is, how do we say that here is your priority as Elsie and you have the other option? So being very conscious of how we word that.
And we look forward to hearing from Director O'Connor on all of her great work on this. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and move the agenda.
I have a point of inquiry.
Yep.
On the vote for the BP 4119.24, what was that vote?
3-2. It's a simple
3-2.
majority.
And so just going back to our board bylaws, 9323, that fails because it doesn't have 4 votes. It has to be a majority of the members constituting the board, not of the president. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I'm gonna have to go and look at the board reference. It was already declared passed and we're past that item on the agenda. So
Well,
we'll go and look at it.
I'm
and make sure that it
clarifying.
was done
It's-
legally.
You can look at it right now, 9323.2. It needs a majority of the members of the board. So it has to be 4 members, the students or advisory votes. It only got 3 votes, so it doesn't pass.
What was the board policy number?
9323.2. The Board of Education shall act by a majority vote of all of the membership constituting the board, unless otherwise required by law. If it weren't specifically clarified that it's of all the membership, then we would go by Robert's rules, which would be of the members present. But because it's specifically specified that it's of all the membership, then it's the 4 required to pass.
And we had received different advice from legal counsel, so give me one second here.
I'm sorry, I didn't capture what you said.
We had received different advice from legal counsel, and this board has taken action on a simple majority in the past, including with votes from you, Trustee Medina.
Did
So-
legal counsel refer to our bylaws?
Well, that's what we're gonna have to look into. I can't even, which section within this section is board policy?
The very first sentence. Bylaw 9323.2.
We've already addressed it. We've already had it pass. We need this to be reviewed by legal counsel. So it'll come, if it is, as you're saying, Director Medina, then it'll be a point well taken and it won't pass and we'll bring it back on the next agenda. But if council advises that the practice that's been used by this board since before I've been on it, of a simple majority is supported by something in Ed Code, because I don't have Ed Code 35164 memorized, then we'll go with whatever they say on Ed Code.
I just want to make sure that it's clearly documented in the minutes, what I'm stating.
I agree. We should document in the minutes. We'll have to bring the policy back if their review is that, and obviously the past practice will fall. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes of August 27th, 2025.
No, it was pulled. Yep. So is there a second?
I second.
All right, it's been moved by Director De La Torre, seconded by Director Pack. Motion, roll call, please.
I think Director Prack was here.
Oh, wait.
She wasn't here.
Oh,
Wasn't
yeah,
here.
good point.
All right, I'd second then.
Seconded by Director Kirby.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Abstain.
Trustee Prack. Vice President Caston.
I vote aye, and that motion may or may not pass depending on what we determine on simple majority votes of the board. So, yeah, with that, we will note the information items. Folks should take a look at them for upcoming committee dates, and we will be adjourning at 10:22 p.m.